And a little simple emotion could bring tears to the eyes. Lin Han thought. If things were a little more developed. Was it possible for him to go back to a few years ago and take a little initiative to find He Yunting? All the love he wanted in his life had been responded to, while He Yunting's was left unfulfilled. He insisted on what seemed the most difficult, if possible. Lin Han would like to find He Yunting earlier, talk to him. Smile at him more, anything was fine with him. It's not bitter. He Yunting but suddenly opened his mouth. Lin Han didn't understand for a moment. He Yunting's tone became soft. And even though he still didn't get back that memory that belonged to him, he seemed to be able to resonate with his thoughts from that time, telling Lin Han. Mr. Lin can persevere alone until now, how can you be a coward? So, my crush wasn't bitter. He seemed to be thinking seriously, guessing his state of mind at that time, finishing the sentence he had just made up. It didn't matter if he didn't have a response, his heart only wanted to hide him, and how could he waste time looking back on the bitterness? Just the thought of being able to love you so much, even if I walk in the very darkest night, I can see light. It was late at night. And Ger had accepted the fact that the bedroom door might not be opened until tomorrow, so it sat in a ball. Quietly retreating to the TV. Lin Han looked tired, his limbs were limp and weak. Shall I carry you to wash up? He Yunting extended his hand towards Lin Han, wanting him to grab his arm so he could pick him up and walk towards the bathroom. Although Lin Han's whole body was limp. He was cheating. Deliberately not allowing him to pull him up. Wait a minute. He Yunting asked, are you uncomfortable? No. Lin Han's hair was a little wet, and he motioned with his hand for He Yunting to come closer, like he wanted to whisper something. He Yunting obeyed him to bend down, the side of his face close to Lin Han's lips, and thought he was going to say something. Lin Han took advantage of his lowered head and dragged him toward the bed, and took the other man's earlobe in this position. I'm not in heat. There may be a good while. Lin Han's voice was still clear, as if the words did not come from his mouth, at least tonight. Take me to forget about this, okay? There was no way he wasn't heartbroken and pretend that nothing had happened. But he still wanted to tell this to He Yunting. There was no need to mediate with yourself or to be too attached to the missed time. I'm right in front of you. Lin Han, after an unknown amount of time. So long that Lin Han felt that the slight vocalization was so mute that he could hardly open his eyes, he heard the other's serious and quiet voice. Accompany me, let's go to the exhibition hall. He Yunting actually didn't lie. He did worry about all sorts of things, like what would happen if he got his memories back, and whether there would be new difficulties between them. But when he thought about it, there was nothing to be afraid of. He also did think that he wasn't suffering from his secret love. He originally divided love and sex into two halves. Lin Han thought that the institute's uniform represented beauty and purity, while sex was like being an animal. The compromise of desire and instinct was ugly and shouldn't be defiled. But tonight they said almost everything, and he was able to possess and love again and again and again. So he really felt that secret affections weren't bitter. Even though he never had the other's teenage years, he really held this light that only belonged to him. Step by step, he came out of the darkness and walked to where he could see him. Mind reading is a great ability. He Yunting thought. Chapter 95. Lin Han couldn't remember when he fell asleep. He didn't even remember He Yunting carrying him to clean up. He hugged his shoulders and kept napping. He Yunting was very careful, and was worried that Lin Han was overused and would hurt. He was very patient and gentle. He Yunting didn't want Lin Han to think about it. But He Yunting treated him completely and utterly reverently and left him with the strength to think. Lin Han, confused, found that there was really a really big gap between the physical differences of omegas and alphas. This time He Yunting slept with him in his arms, holding Lin Han's hand like he did in the border area. So Lin Han had a dream again. In the dream, he seemed to go back to the time when he first enrolled in the university. Just like the freshman ceremony that year, everything was the same as before: the flowers, the trees, the starry sky and the Milky Way. The difference was that this time there was light coming in, and it fell on a corner that he shouldn't have noticed. A certain young man looked cold, but his gaze couldn't help but be attracted to the person talking above. Even if he didn't smile, his eyes were soft. That should be the beginning of them. The next day was a public holiday, so Lin Han didn't have to go to work. He-Yun-Ting also didn't have be at the base so early. He first night's exertion made Lin Han wake up only at noon when He-Yun-Ting woke him up, helping him get up to drink nutrients. For the weak Omega, ordinary food was far less important than nutrients, so Lin Han, despite his reluctance, got up from bed with a sigh. He was unwilling to take a few steps, and deliberately relied on He-Yun-Ting to take him to wash up before frowning and drinking the nutrients in his hand. He-Yun-Ting wasn't very talkative, so Lin Han sat on the bed and began to remember this long, long dream. He was actually aware that He-Yun-Ting was holding him as he slept, and he was so blessed that Lin Han suddenly remembered something, thinking that when he and He-Yun-Ting were trapped in the border area, the other also seemed to have entered his dream very naturally, just like today. But probably because He-Yun-Ting didn't regain his memory at that time, he wasn't able to remember the past. The content of the dream wasn't too specific, but he still dreamed that the two were together, very naturally meeting and loving each other. Tossing the package of nutrition to the side, Lin Han raised his hand and poked He-Yun-Ting, curving his eyes and asking, "I thought of something." Quote. When you were in the border area, did you also sleep with me in your arms like this? He-Yun-Ting didn't expect Lin Han to suddenly bring up this matter, nor did he expect that these small moves he had made would eventually be noticed, so he admitted, "Yes. That's all right then." Lin Han smiled. The taste of nutrients in his mouth hadn't dissipated yet, so with some bad intention to use his lips, he pressed it against He-Yun-Ting's, so he could also get a taste of this unpleasantness. Only when the other man rolled away all the taste of nutrients in his mouth did Lin Han back away dizzily, feeling as if he had lifted a stone and smashed his own feet. He felt that he couldn't give all the benefits to this person, and while He-Yun-Ting was dressing himself he asked, "Is there anything else you're hiding from me besides quietly sleeping with me?" He-Yun-Ting obediently said, "Yes." Lin Han asked, "Was it also in the border area?" After all, there were no nutritional supplements at that time, and one fell into a coma for longer than ever. "And what did you do while I was asleep?" He-Yun-Ting nodded. "I kissed your hand." He was about to continue saying that he kissed more than one day, but suddenly he remembered some strange creature whose hobby was to imitate, and suddenly he shut up. Lin Han found his reaction unexpectedly amusing. "Why did you stop talking?" He-Yun-Ting strained the corners of his mouth. "That's all I've ever done." "Oh." Lin Han nodded. He-Yun-Ting was still thinking about how to reveal this matter, but to his surprise, and Omega's mind was flexible and remembered this matter almost at the same time as him. The gur thud thud. Am I right? He remembered the strange action made by the two massive creatures on the oddbound creature planet before, and when he thought about it now, it was really a finger-kissing action. At that time, he was in a fog and asked He-Yun-Ting if they were having intercourse. The other side had a cold face and gave an ambiguous answer. Lin Han suddenly became happy. He-Yun-Ting's expression at that time and now overlapped. There was a kind of uncovered vein, but stiffly maintained their own habitual expression. "Don't laugh." But there were still differences, like now He-Yun-Ting would try to tell Lin Han. Lin Han immediately straightened the corners of his lips that were curled up, pursued them to death, and pointed to He-Yun-Ting to show him, "Look. I'm obedient, I'm not smiling." But the tips of his eyes are still curved down, revealing the black and white watery pupils. Okay. I'm really not laughing." Lin Han eased up before standing up from the bed. "Speaking of which, I see that you seem to have a prejudice against Professor Shu," he asked casually, remembering He-Yun-Ting's attitude towards Shu Xiang the day before. "Is it because of the previous incident with V-Proton Star?" "No." He-Yun-Ting didn't want to hide it from Lin Han. His tone was light. "I just instinctively don't like him very much." This was probably the first time He-Yun-Ting expressed his attitude towards a person so bluntly. Lin Han wasn't present at the V-Proton Star incident, so he couldn't actually say anything. But he thought, "Sure enough. I'm not at all as calm and fair as I thought I was." He himself used to like Shu Xiang's lectures, and the other party was one of the professors he respected, but if He-Yun-Ting had a problem with him, then he would definitely not hesitate to take his side. "Then let's not talk about that." Lin Han opened the bedroom door, and only after a while did a certain little guy squirm and roll in, looking aggrieved, as if it had been left out for too long. After a while, Lin Han finally coaxed a little dumpling and brought it food, before the other side happily rubbed his hand again and got off him. He-Yun-Ting watched all this with a softness in his eyes that he himself never would have imagined. When Ger went to play somewhere else, the two of them were left alone in the room again. After chatting for so long, it was finally time to face the topic of last night. Lin Han was afraid that he might have concerns, so he walked over to He Yunting and asked, "Have you thought about it yet?" He Yunting didn't say anything, but directly took him into his arms. His actions had already told Lin Han that there was no need to ask more questions. He had worries and apprehensions. But no matter what, he still wanted to find out. "I told Lu Anhe that if you're willing to get your memories back in the end, I will talk to him about it." After all, it was Lu Anhe who was handling the follow-up stuff, and when the two of them got the meteorite back, they still had to let him know. He Yunting nodded stoically. "That's fine." Lu Anhe wasn't surprised to hear Lin Han contacting him and immediately answered, then said, "This way, Mr. Lin. When you get the stuff, just come to the base directly, I will tell you the rest." Lin Han could hear that Lu Anhe's tone was a bit unstable, as if he was also worried about this matter, but still chose to respect all of He Yunting's decisions. "It will be fine. Mr. Lin." "All right," Lin Han responded. He Yunting changed into an inconspicuous outfit, like the one he had used to accompany Ger to the zoo before. Lin Han felt nostalgic when he saw this outfit. "I should buy you a new one next time, and change the style more often." He Yunting gently responded. The private craft was very efficient. So it didn't take the two of them long to walk to the entrance of the display hall. Because it was a public holiday, there were a lot more people today than last time. Lin Han sensed the other's nervousness and very gently squeezed He Yunting's palm, gently saying, "Let's go in." Chapter 96. He Yunting's eye color and hair color were too conspicuous, and he was tall. Even with sunglasses and a hat to cover his signature features, he still had a lot of curious looks since he stood out in the crowd. Fortunately, there was a more eye-catching black fur ball on top of his shoulders, which made people not look at his face and instead change the direction of inquiry, and all eyes were on Ger. The little guy who was forced to do business had something to say. It understood Lin Han's meaning that he didn't want He Yunting to be recognized. After all, if someone really noticed his hair color, this kind of soft and cute creature didn't match the Empire General's temperament at all. Such a thing on his shoulder deflected people's attention. Ger thought of it as giving up its body for its owner. It was because Lin Han half persuaded it and half coaxed it to sit contemptuously on He Yunting's shoulder. The tip of its tail was a bit shaky. Lin Han went to He Yunting's side and stroked Ger's fur. "Don't be afraid." Neither knew if it was for He Yunting or for the little guy to hear. Ger naturally was professionally trained and wasn't afraid. The shaking of its body slowed and his paws grasping He Yunting's shoulder loosened some. Then it saw Lin Han pulling He Yunting's collar downward with his hand. He Yunting obediently leaned down slightly, and the little thing felt the angle of the shoulder tilt change, subconsciously grabbing the clothes with its paws. The next second it saw Lin Han's enlarged side face, as he came up and kissed He Yunting. "I'm fine." It heard the man open his mouth in a low tone. You're not here to comfort me." He was a ball of confusion. The hair that was meant to show that it was not nervous and not afraid, drooped again, looking sickly. Fortunately, Lin Han quickly noticed its sudden change of mood. He looked at the wilted little dumpling, the tip of his eyes curved down. Before the tension dissipated, he simply also kissed the top of its head. Okay. Don't be afraid. Mr. General is very gentle." If previously Ger heard this sentence it would be mad, telling him that He Yunting wasn't gentle at all, and that Lin Han must have been cheated by him, but he now suddenly kissed it. It began to shiver all over again in happiness. Its temperature instantly rose. If not for He Yunting's coldly spoken reminder, Ger could even now fall off his shoulders. "Hold on tight." The man's cold voice pierced the little one back to his soul, which aggressively re-gripped his shoulders. Then the man dressed tightly, wearing sunglasses and a hat, pulled Lin Han back and kissed him again in front of a group of unknown passers-by at the entrance to the display, but not as shallowly as the other man did. If Ger's eyes were wide open, they would be like copper bells right now. But Lin Han felt a hint of panic in his lips and tongue, even though he still wouldn't say anything. It was reasonable to say that people would take into account other people's eyes, but He Yunting completely didn't care. If Lin Han hadn't pushed him a little, they may as well be in the doorway as a moving landscape. How do you eat this jealousy too? And not be afraid to eat a mouthful of hair? Lin Han wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. When He Yunting didn't say anything, Lin Han laughed and patted his back, leading him into the display. The Galactic Exhibition Hall did a good job on the storage piece, and after confirming that Lin Han was coming to pick up his things, he immediately let the two go in through the door on the other side. Then they confirmed the required vetting requirements based on the floor and location Lin Han mentioned, and the administrator in charge of vetting received them respectfully. You have this one that someone else helped to deposit. After all, each person had only one chance, and even if they were a substitute deposit, they needed to provide unique identification for authentication. Understanding that some people were reluctant to disclose their names, the management auditor also fully respected all depositors and didn't probe into the identity of the visitor. The registration display says that your proof of identity is the ID number of your iris. The auditor tapped twice on the light screen. Which gentleman is it? He Yunting walked up. His sunglasses were large, covering his face so tightly that the other party could only see his thin, cold lips tightly pursed. Me. The auditor froze for a moment. This wasn't the first time he helped people to authenticate identity, and had seen many high-class celebrities. All of them had outstanding temperaments, so he had long established his professionalism, so he wasn't surprised even when a prince came in. But even though he couldn't see the face of the person in front of him, just from what he could see, as well as the innate cold quality that came off the man's body, it made him feel a chill of alienation. Inexplicably, he actually thought of a certain man who had a cold face, high above. But he had never heard of the general having a pet, and no matter how he imagined it, it was unlikely that such a cute little thing would have a connection with that man. The man was accompanied by another person, even if only smiling and standing aside without any ambiguous behavior. It made him feel that there was a bond between them that was different from anyone else. He calmed himself and gave a standard smile. Follow me. Wait, Lin Han called out to him, I'll go with him. The man didn't stop. Nodded and rechecked the time and serial number of the deposit. Lin Han followed the information given by Lu Anhei. Okay. Then the last thing is the personal verification. The iris ID number was the easiest way to verify. The database would record the unique information of each person, so when they stored something, they only need to have the agent agreement signed by the person who could directly record this data in the database, and later take it out with that. But no other information could be taken away. But at the same time, this data could no longer be registered and would be entered into the record list of the exhibition hall according to the process. This operation wasn't tedious, and the iris verification was also done quickly. Lin Han accompanied He Yunting to a specific verification room, which had no monitoring. Only a huge instrument glowing green. Just follow the prompts, the auditor instructed, not walking up again. Despite the fact that Lin Han had long done mental construction and had confirmed that this was his memory, his breathing couldn't help but lightly speed up. He saw He Yunting take off the sunglasses that were in the way, and saw the light from the lenses rubbing across his face as they were removed, revealing a pair of blue eyes that he had seen countless times. This pair of eyes used to only look at him peacefully and silently, in the auditorium of the school, in some unknown corner. He seemed to have little emotion when he gazed at others, but the him last night clearly gazed at him until the end, the tenderness being evident at first glance. Not long after, the system prompted that the verification had passed and was identical to the ID recorded when the item was deposited, confirming that it was the actual person. Lin Han waited for He Yunting to put his sunglasses back on and grunted as he jumped back into his hands, before he was surprised to find his palms were sweating. From the moment the verification was successful, all the uncertainty fell away. He Yunting had really stored something here, and he himself had really forgotten something. There would be someone to take them up after the audit, and the volunteers changed, but when they got to that floor, the staff member was still the same as last time. He was a little surprised to see Lin Han, not expecting him to come back so soon, and then when he saw someone else standing beside him, his eyes were even more puzzled. Hello. You are. He clearly remembered that this gentleman had come to visit last time. Lin Han smiled graciously. It's something for a loved one. We came to pick it up together. Ah. Is that so? The other party nodded in understanding, thinking that it might be some sort of token of love or something, and blessed the two people in front of him in passing. He didn't notice the nervousness in Lin Han's tone. Nor did he see the hint of silver hair leaking out from under the brim of that tall man's hat because he wasn't too calm. In accordance with the regulations, he respectfully asked the two to wait in the lounge, and because it was a confidential item, politely persuaded a few visitors still visiting the floor temporarily, before picking a solid black hard box according to the size of the item, wearing gloves. Entering the password door that only registered staff can enter, after 3 times of authentication before taking it out. After carefully checking that there was nothing missing and that it was indeed just this unattractive stone, he put it in the box, closed it properly, and handed it to the 2 people waiting. He Yun-ting took it, and the 2 left the showroom through another exit, directly following what Lu Anhei said as they rushed over to the base. Lin Han told He Yun-ting that he had touched the stone before, in fact. As long as he now quietly put his hand on it again, it wouldn't take long to know all that had happened. Even though he knew that He Yun-ting would definitely say yes if he asked, he couldn't say anything in the end. After all, this was what really belonged to He Yun-ting. He Yun-ting hadn't said anything since he came out of the exhibition hall, and even Ger noticed that he wasn't in the right mood, curiously lying on Lin Han's shoulder to watch him. As they went to the base, Lu Anhei also made no nonsense. The 3 went directly to a dark room next to the weapons storage. Here He Yun-ting was familiar with, and also instantly understood the approximate mode of operation. It's not difficult to trace back the cosmic source crystal, just have a basic particle split. Lu Anhei knew there was no need to explain himself more. Originally this thing has its own magnetic field, so if we fuse the frequencies from this side with it, then form a particle split in the closed space, it will rejoin the neuron by itself. Mr. Lin. This process has to be carried out by him alone. Otherwise it may have a detrimental effect on him due to one more person. Lu Anhei said to Lin Han, but it's quick. So you can just wait over here. Okay, Lin Han answered. Lu Anhei saw that there would be no mistake, knew that he should not appear here, and left after adding 2 more words. Although the room was closed, there was a transparent glass window outside, which was left by Lu Anhei on purpose, in case there were any accidents, so Lin Han could just observe. He saw He Yun-ting get up in silence and walk to the middle of the room. As long as he closed the door now, there was no turning back. But neither of them made any more pointless confirmations, as if they were prepared for whatever happened. When He Yun-ting came to close the door, Lin Han couldn't stop feeling sad. He finally couldn't hold back his soreness and said to the man in front of him, "Give me a hug again." He knew it wasn't a goodbye, but he still wanted a hug to prove it. The other man complied and took a step forward, reaching out to embrace him. Lin Han heard the vibration of the other's chest, like a tidal wave from light years away. The whole process lasted less than 10 minutes. Lin Han stared at the person inside with unblinking eyes. Under the reflection of the instrument, the small stone seemed to start glowing. Lin Han felt that the stars in the sky were dimmed at this moment, and there was only a corner of light left in the long universe. There were fine particles in the light, there was a magnificent radiance that he couldn't see, each star and every point were lost memories. He Yun-ting had never been an expressive person, but even so, Lin Han still saw that something was wrong. He saw the other's gentleness that was visible to the naked eye, and even at one point, he could almost catch the corners of his mouth smiling. But soon this smile disappeared. He Yun-ting came out with an expression that was unreadable. Lin Han tried to look less nervous, his voice was barely calm. But he was still too worried and subconsciously tried to reach out and hold the other, trying to give He Yun-ting a little strength with this action. But before his fingers touched the other side, he saw He Yun-ting reluctantly come back from his own thoughts and take a step back to avoid his touch. He Yun-ting's expression didn't look as surprised as Lin Han had envisioned, but had more than a few other emotions. He averted his gaze after avoiding Lin Han's contact, as if he was hesitating about something and couldn't bear to look at him. "Lin Han," he said with a few uncommon trembles in his tone, his hands still retracted. "First put your gloves on." Chapter 97. The expression on Lin Han's face froze, and his hand remained as it was. He Yun-ting saw this made him sad, opened his mouth, but still didn't take his words back. "Put on your gloves." "Okay." His voice had a rare urgent pleading, seemingly impatient, but also sorrowful. Lin Han wanted to ask why for a moment, but after converging his eyes and seeing his own hands, he hesitated and nodded. "MN." I'm sorry. He Yunting turned around to look at him again, as if he knew his words would hurt Lin Han, and apologized in a deep voice. Lin Han met his eyes without blinking or avoiding them. The look in his eyes was the familiar and quiet love, but there was some gentle sorrow. If the person in front of him wasn't He Yunting, and Lin Han saw such a look, he would have felt that the other was about to cry. He wanted to hold He Yunting's hand more than ever, but finally withdrew his hands. He Yunting must have something to say. In his recovered memory, something must have happened. Something that would make him subconsciously not want to speak about it. Okay. Lin Han then stopped asking. Because of the mind-reading problem, he still had the habit of carrying gloves with him. Lin Han looked down and took his gloves out, put one on his right hand, and looked up to see He Yunting's cold, hard lips and eyes full of impatience. He seemed to come closer, as if he couldn't resist the urge to kiss him, but was afraid that his heart would be heard, so he stopped. He seemed to be digesting the memories that had returned to his mind, as if he was still hesitant to tell him what had happened, and to refuse his touch with a determined heart. He seemed to be really sad. Like he wanted to get closer, but could only stay still. Lin Han's heart softened again. Wait a minute. He curved his eyes and temporarily stopped moving. He Yunting didn't know why, but only looked at him in silence. Lin Han came forward. His right hand held on the other's shoulder, but his left hand squeezed the glove he hadn't put on, and very lightly covered He Yunting's lips with the glove. The silk gloves felt cold and delicate to the touch. He Yunting didn't have time to react before a pair of warm soft lips kissed him. Lin Han kissed him through the gloves. He just pressed against his lips and was very quiet with no other movements. When the soft gloves were also tinged with the warmth of his lips, Lin Han took 2 steps back and said, "That's enough. Don't be afraid." Lin Han then went on to put the remaining glove on and tried to shake it in front of He Yunting's eyes. "I'll put on." But before he could say the next words, he was hugged by He Yunting after confirming that he had put on his gloves. He Yunting seemed to have been waiting for this moment, just as he had been waiting for Lin Han downstairs in the days when he hadn't been able to say goodbye. He was waiting for him to put on his gloves. Just like he was waiting for Lin Han to walk to the window and find him without realizing it. He Yunting was very silent, but also hugged very tightly, so tight that Lin Han wanted to cry out in pain. He swallowed his voice because of He Yunting's obvious shaking filled with cherishment. Even if Lin Han couldn't hear anything, he could easily perceive from this hug that he was afraid. The reason for this was that Lin Han didn't struggle, but cooperated in letting him hold him, and stretched out his gloved hand, patting He Yunting's back. "Don't be afraid," he said. "He Yunting. I'm here. I'm standing in front of you. I will give you hugs and love you. Don't be afraid." He Yunting had heard so many praises in his adult life. How many people's eyes were on him? Either in admiration or in reverence. They said he was the youngest general of the empire, a hope, a sharp blade. Praised his valor and scorned his coldness. But no one would ever tell him, "Don't be afraid." Lin Han felt the fluctuation of He Yunting's emotions, felt the hand clasped on his waist, felt his not-so-steady breathing after hearing his comfort. He was just an ordinary person. After a long time, until He Yunting calmed down again, Lin Han finally heard his hoarse voice. "You're okay, that's wonderful. I'm fine." Lin Han's voice was light and soft, but still worried about He Yunting's newly regained memory, he asked softly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" He Yunting shook his head on his shoulder. "Did it all come back to you?" Lin Han said, his eyes going to the perfectly ordinary stone. He Yunting answered, releasing Lin Han a little and saying, "It's about me. Isn't it?" Lin Han looked at him and said very calmly, "The reason for not wanting me to know." He Yunting's voice lowered another notch. His arms slightly loosened as they wrapped around the person in his arms a little tighter again. "I'm sorry. Is it something I can't know?" Lin Han asked. "No." This time He Yunting answered quickly, but the words that followed didn't come out. "No. It's exactly what you have the right to know." He Yunting thought back to the scene he had just retraced, remembered a certain middle-aged man who looked paranoid and finally died under his gun, and remembered the other party's sardonic smile before he died. For the first time, he exposed his vulnerability so frankly in front of Lin Han, and buried himself a little deeper with his chin against his shoulder. I'm just afraid you'll be sad." But he couldn't let Lin Han wear the gloves forever. even if Lin Han understood him and cooperated with him. Once the dusty secret was revealed, how could he easily say that he didn't care? If it's possible. I hope Mr. Lin never finds out. He paused for a moment before speaking. He Yunting was still not used to calling him by his nickname, and even after the two of them had done everything, he still called the title Mr. Lin from time to time, with a respectful tenderness that was different from everyone else. He wanted to ask, "Do you remember your mother?" He wanted to say, "It's okay. No one can hurt you anymore." But he Yunting couldn't say a word. He clearly only wanted Lin Han to be able to do what he wanted to do without worrying, always remaining happy. Always pure. He Yunting felt Lin Han's gentle patting on his back. "I can't say I regret it. After all, it was my own choice to get my memories back. It's just a bit of a pity that he didn't even manage to figure out this most basic logic." Lin Han heard He Yunting's words and hesitated for a moment in the movement of his hands. This time He Yunting finally didn't wait for Lin Han to speak and said the rest of the words himself. "But I have already taken the liberty to make a decision for you once." He Yunting's voice lightened a bit when he said these words. He sighed and looked at him deeply. "If Mr. Lin wants to know this time, the decision is in your hands." "Okay." After a long time, Lin Han moved his lips, "Then I won't ask you first." He re-lifted the corners of his mouth and pulled his gloves. "I'll wait for you to tell me yourself." Lin Han saw He Yunting nod before continuing, "But you have to trust me too." He Yunting reached for Lin Han's gloved 5 fingers, as if after recovering his memory, he began to desperately want to touch Lin Han, hug or hold hands. As if this would prove that he had lived 3 years in good health, and that his life and work were going well. "I'm not as fragile as you think." Lin Han smiled as he felt He Yunting clasp his right hand and squeeze all 5 of his fingers again, holding them tightly together. "You have to trust Mr. Lin. There's no need to tell me today." Lin Han picked up the stone, "But this one is mine too." "Okay." He Yunting's expression eased a bit at this moment. "Okay." But he couldn't help but think, he gifted the same thing twice, and it was nothing new. But he was always silent, and now he wouldn't say it. Lin Han, however, seemed to know what he was thinking. "It's not the same. The one before was your birthday present for me. This one now, I asked you for it myself," Lin Han said with a smile, as if he really didn't care about those memories related to himself, "just as if I had brought back those years when you were alone. It was a recorder and a witness. Then I will hide it. And it can be considered as taking back the time without me. The nebula will definitely appear again, and the tulips will definitely bloom again. From now on we will never miss each other again, all the shortcomings will slowly be filled, little by little. Year by year." Since he returned to the base, He Yunting couldn't go back immediately. The training results needed to be tested, and the newly introduced batch of weapons needed to be counted as well. When Lu Anhe sent Lin Han back, he saw that both of them were in good shape, and he was finally relieved when he was scared all the way. Lin Han was no different than usual, still politely smiling and thanking him, not mentioning what happened back then. It's just that Lu Anhe was very strange. The two should have talked things over, but his boss didn't leave the room all day, nor did he give any orders, and he didn't even come out to eat. He Yunting had locked himself in the house for too long. There was no way for him not to think back to what happened 3 years ago. He didn't know what he could say to Lin Han, and how to start the conversation. Was he going to tell Lin Han directly that his name had been included in the "burning blood" plan from early on? He was going to tell him that Lin Han was accidentally pushed by someone once in college and had a bruise, but the university hospital had to take his blood just to get his personal sample. It was just that he knew too late. But luckily, it was still possible to catch up. He Yunting's eyes dimmed. And that day 3 years ago came rushing back to his mind like a pinprick. He didn't let anyone get away with it, and his operation was successful. Even following the vine to find out who was behind it in one fell swoop, and solving it in the cleanest way possible to ensure that there would be no surprises. He just didn't expect the unexpected. But came from the last words of the man before he died. The decision maker at that time was named Ji Yu Miao, already shot through the heart by He Yunting with a gun, yet his eyes were still crazy, flashing with a tyrannical and cold light, even lightly talking about a certain cruel past event. "Do you know how his mother died? You like him so much, can you bear not to look for him?" not to have any contact with him for the rest of your life. The man, who was pierced by a bullet, yet not immediately dead, said mockingly to He Yunting. Do you know that your Mr. Lin has the ability to read minds? You protected him, even if you could hold back and keep everything to yourself, he would still eventually hear your thoughts and be tortured by these truths. Bang. He fired another shot at the dying man. The man's blood splashed onto his face, while He Yunting's expression remained unmoving, his blue eyes like a cold glacier that never melted. Then just let me forget about these things too. Chapter 98. He Yunting had only seen that woman in the files. Her life and death seemed to be just a string of light data, showing that Lin Han just passed the core area examination, and she never opened her eyes again. It was common for people in civilian areas to have imperfect information, and it was the same when it came to her. He Yunting's authority was already very high, but after going through all the clues, there was almost no record of her before giving birth to Lin Han. As if before having her child. She even had no motivation to record her life, as if she was just a small, dispensable person. The woman in the photo was very beautiful, and when she smiled with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she had gentle eyebrows similar to Lin Han's. She wasn't aggressive and seemed very soft. And sometimes it was almost hard to imagine how she raised her child alone in a civilian area. There was no record of her other half in the profile. She seemed to have always been alone and had never moved to contact any alphas. In the civilian area, everyone was extremely unfriendly to omegas. If they couldn't even protect their own, sometimes not even alphas could protect themselves. Their rut period was an easy period for an accident, and sometimes they couldn't even protect their own children. He Yunting searched for a long time before finding a vague hospital record. There was a sentence in her past medical history. The patient's gland is severely damaged, pheromone long-term disorder, no repair possible. It precisely confirmed Ji Yu Miao's words. Ji Yu Miao was like a crazy person. The information couldn't prove his position, but the experiments that died under him weren't a few. Each omega had a sample taken and was given a number. When He Yunting arrived, he was comparing the two samples in front of him and was surprised for a moment at his visit, then smiled again. He rightly felt that He Yunting would cooperate with him, and even excitedly said that he would soon have a successful example. How difficult is it for the Empire to raise an alpha? Why not modify these useless weak children a little? Their mental power is wasted on omegas anyway. You might as well think about it. He Yunting didn't know what he was like at that moment. Only remembering that the other's expression gradually became grim, and only when he drew his gun did he realize that all those compulsions were useless. He began to panic, but found that all the channels of the communicator became unanswered, and not even the light screen could be opened. But Ji Yu Miao still clutched his finished list, undyingly wanting to continue to compel the cold-faced man. You know who the sample is today? He will soon go to his admired professor's lecture. I just want to let that surname Shu take a good look at what a treasure he has banned. The sample in front of him was plastered with the picture of the youth he had been thinking about day and night but didn't dare to approach. He will definitely carry nutrients with him. As long as he steals what is at hand by hand. The lecture is long and the omega is going to be much better to operate on once he starts to get sleepy. He Yunting's eyes were cold. As he raised the gun towards the other, the venue has been cleaned up before I came. The smile on Ji Yu Miao's face froze and gradually became fierce. Xu Xiang is really a useless waste. It's clear that he researched the project and stopped himself halfway, but what he didn't dare to do I came to do for him. It's clear that this time this is how perfect the sample. The smile at the corner of his mouth turned back into some kind of mockery. I know. I can see your face. It means I can't get out of here alive. But if it was a base mission, it would be nice for me to see someone 3 or 4 ranks below you. How could I possibly meet with you in person? Ji Yu Miao almost quickly deduced, this is a one-man operation for you. For what? Or for who? It's this sample I'm holding. Right. Ji Yu Miao didn't even seem to want to remember the name. Then he's really lucky to be on your mind. He became excited here, but did you know? He's different from everyone. Seemingly knowing that his plan had fallen through, Ji Yu Miao had nothing to worry about, glancing at He Yunting with an uncomfortable smile. You like him? Have you told him? Your kind of alpha are all the same, talking as you like. But in the end, it's all a compromise to instinct. He said, you want to mark him. Don't you? Want to take him for yourself? Especially with an Omega like this who has little ability to resist. Do you know what he's capable of? He, like his mother, can hear what's going on in people's minds when he's an adult. Did you know that his mother, Hyun-ting, seemed to not want to bother with him anymore and shot him without any hesitation? He subconsciously didn't want to hear the next words. But he didn't get what he wanted. The bullet opened a bloody hole in his body. Ji-yu Miao gritted his teeth. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth because of the penetrating wound. The room gradually filled with a fishy sweet smell, but he tried to swallow a mouthful of blood and continued, "That woman is also really miserable, haven't lived a good life for even a few days." Hyun-ting didn't know how he finished listening to those words. Lin Han's mother originally had her lover, but was cheated by the person she once trusted most, getting imprisoned by him in the name of love, and spent her days in despair. No one could hear her pleas for help, and when she was repeatedly and forcibly marked, she knew she would give in to her instincts if this continued, and mashed her glands to the point of no recovery. There was never a day when she didn't want to end her life, but she was always unsuccessful. When she was finally freed from this bondage by chance and could finally leave, she was pregnant. She didn't have the heart to get rid of the baby in the end, but she wasn't freed from the day-to-day torment and painful memories either. She still raised him with all the tenderness she could muster, and even in the civilian areas she didn't let the child catch anything bad. He was like the person she was before she ran into the nightmare, always kind. Always gentle. All those cruel pasts should have nothing to do with him. Do you think she knows whose child it really is? Anyway, I don't know. Ji-yu Miao said to the end had no strength, but preferred to continue to stimulate Hyun-ting, but this child is really good looking, looks very much like her. It's useless for you to kill me. What you heard, one day he will also know. That woman hid her past for so long, or you dug it up. Will that child be in pain? He'll cry, right? It's useless for you to break off this plan. He will still end up living in pain anyway. Ji-yu Miao eventually lost his voice. Hyun-ting was very efficient, and everything was handled cleanly. Everything was just as calm and peaceful as it appeared, as if the ugliness and intrigue had never occurred. According to Lin Han's habit, he should go to the lecture in the afternoon. He wanted to go and see him. The lecture of Shu Xiong was never less than the number of people who came to listen to it. Hyun-ting didn't have to wait long. And he saw the person he wanted to see at the entrance where people were coming and going. The young man seemed to be in a good mood. He quietly found a corner and sat down. Hyun-ting stared at him. So he was a mind reader. No wonder he saw him wearing gloves recently. He looked so pure. His skin was almost transparent, and there was a lazy light shining on him. The more the youth looked clean and warm, even from so far away. Hyun-ting seemed to be able to smell the scent of the sun. After so many years, Lin Han seemed to have not changed. The scars of the past were too far away from him. He was born to be this simple and gentle, to do what he wanted to do, to love the people he wanted to love. If he loves someone, what would they be like? Will he only smile at that person, only show him tenderness? Will the tone of his voice be different than towards others? Will he soften his tone and curve the tips of his eyes? Could that person be him? Hyun-ting wasn't interested in the content of those life sciences. When he saw that it was halfway, the youth in the seat began to show a hesitant look. Sure enough. Just like Ji-yu Miao said, the nutrients were gone. Before Hyun-ting didn't know much about omegas, it turned out that nutrients were really necessary for some weak omegas. He saw the youth rummaging for a long time, frowned a little. And because the lecture was still going on, he didn't get up to leave. After a while, the youth seemed to begin to become sleepy, his head and chin lowering little by little. Finally he really didn't hold back, leaning against the back of a chair, and quietly falling asleep. The lecture came to an end. Shu Xiong left with Shi Yuan. And the original lively crowd of the venue also gradually dispersed. Everyone was very busy. No one would notice a certain young man leaning in the corner with his eyes closed. Shu Xiong used to do lectures in a large place, but waiting for people to leave didn't seem to take too much time. Soon, the two of them were the only ones left in the large auditorium. Hyun-ting was dressed in civilian clothes. He hesitated for a long time, but finally walked over. Hyun-ting stood in front of the youth and looked at him with downcast eyes. The youth looked particularly quiet when he was asleep. His eyelashes were long. His breathing light and soft, which made him more and more well-behaved. His lips were slightly open, well-shaped, pinkish, but plump and moist. If this boy called his name, it would sound very nice. His upper and lower lips would slightly open and close, and he could see his little white teeth. His voice when he opened his mouth should sound like morning dew, with the freshest and most enticing moisture that he couldn't help but want to swallow. He Yun-ting wanted to touch him. But after reaching out his hand, he froze in midair. He held himself back. If he touched him, Lin Han would wake up and know about the hidden things. He just stalled, consuming the last bit of time in silence. Just a touch, he said to himself, just a touch. He Yun-ting finally didn't hold back. Reached over with his slightly trembling hand and very lightly touched Lin Han's hair. The youth's hair was dark and soft, and the touch was consistent with what he thought. He only dared to touch there, and could only touch there. The air had a trace of very light ebony fragrance. His susceptible period had actually arrived at this time. So those originally unpleasant thoughts, surprisingly, just floated up little by little. Lin Han didn't look aggressive at all, and was covered in his shadow, which gave He Yun-ting the illusion that Lin Han belonged to him. He would look at him with mist in the corners of his eyes, softly call his name, then climb his hand onto his shoulder and very gently curve his lips up. If he wanted to, he could even make him his own now. He would crave the soft, fragile glands at his neck, crave a deeper pheromone meld, crave the embrace, crave the union. Some of it could no longer be concealed. It was his nature, and the root of his sin. The anxious feeling that made him powerless came back, but this time it was different from any other. He had the one he wanted most in front of him. And he didn't even know just how hard he had to try to control his hand from continuing to touch him. Do you know his mother? Her gland was mashed raw and there was no longer even a possibility of recovery. You're an alpha. Right, you want to mark him. Right, you can't cover it up even if you say it so grandly. He Yun-ting remembered Ji Yu Miao's words, and then remembered those Omega who were used as experiments. Being marked. Being forced to invade the glands, like his mother. It would hurt a lot, right? In the end, He Yun-ting did nothing. Lu Anhe said that humans always like to have memorable days. Today was his birthday, which was indeed very monumental. He himself was originally going to come find him. Maybe there would be an opening line between them, and the youth would remember him from then on, and maybe after today, there would be a new story. But that wasn't possible anymore. He had solved Lin Han's biggest problem for him, at the cost of knowing one of his secrets. He still had so much to do. To be in his susceptible self, to leave him and then forget about him. It was the first time He Yun-ting was alone with Lin Han. It was also probably the last time. Chapter 99. The days were fairly quiet, the base wasn't so busy, and the two would sometimes see each other, but again to a point, not doing much else. Lin Han listened to He Yun-ting and wore gloves after the other man told him to, was careful not to touch him, and wore clothes tightly when hugging. The two didn't mention this matter again for a few days, as if Lin Han wasn't curious at all and quietly accepted this fact. The people in research related to Ji Yu Miao were all destroyed by He Yun-ting, but some of the samples weren't named. And there was no way to find the Omegas that had been used as experiments but were unaccounted for. And why after 3 years? This experiment had restarted again, or was it that these Omegas were the remnants of the last time, just to be found and used again? But the good news was that Xu Xiang had been focusing on Qi Jiazi all this time, and his efforts had not been in vain. Qi Jiazi's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, and now had reached the level of being able to communicate with people very slowly and normally. Although his reactions were still slow, his words were gradually becoming more organized. When He Yun-ting arrived at the lab, he saw Qi Jiamu, who had been allowed to visit him, struggling to say something to his brother, while he was struggling to reply word by word. As he got closer, he heard Qi Jiazi say, "Brother, I'm fine." He saw Qi Jiamu kept thanking Xu Xiang, hardly saying anything else but thank you, and the other smiled very lightly, as if the hard work during this time, day and night, wasn't worth mentioning. He didn't know what mood he had been in, and if he didn't stop himself 3 years ago, Lin Han could be in this situation now. He Yun-ting's heart suddenly tightened, and felt uncomfortable. He finally also opened his mouth and said to Xu Xiang, "Thanks." It was obvious that Xu Ziong was more concerned about He Yunting's thanks. His tired face regained a little bit of energy, but he could still see the weariness of the day and night. It's nothing. Xu Ziong paused, wondering if he was remembering some teenager who had been left behind on V Proton, and glanced sideways at Qi Jiazi, who was struggling to speak. After a moment, he stood up, as if he wanted to say something to He Yunting emotionally, and extended his hand to shake the other, but He Yunting habitually dodged and took a step back to avoid it. When Xu Ziong saw that He Yunting was still wary of him, he didn't feel embarrassed and even smiled politely. I'm sorry for causing you to be misunderstood because of me, and I'm very sorry for making you defensive of me. He Yunting didn't say anything, nor did he approach Xu Ziong again because of these words, but just nodded as if he understood. By the way, He Yunting suddenly thought of something. There's a question I want to ask Professor Xu. Xu Ziong lifted his head and waited for him to ask. Since you have researched this, do you know when his glands were destroyed? Just infer it alone. Xu Ziong didn't expect him to ask this question. His face froze for a moment before he said, a few years ago. Preliminary estimate, at least 2 years or more. Thank you. He Yunting asked no more questions and left the lab. He originally wanted to head to the base, but it was getting late again, and just when he was considering where to go, his communicator lit up. Lin Han's voice sounded normal. I'm off duty, where are you? He Yunting spoke truthfully. Are you free? Lin Han paused. I'd like to use your flying machine. All the transportation in the core area was very convenient. If Lin Han proposed that he wanted to use the flying machine, it was most likely the same as the last time he went to the zoo in Q area. He wanted to go to places outside the core area. I am. He Yunting thought about their current situation and hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, do you want Lu Anhei to send you? Or should I come myself? It would be good if you could come to keep me company. Lin Han's tone lightened a bit and said, change your clothes and don't wear a military uniform. Okay. He Yunting didn't know that Lin Han wanted to come to this kind of place. This wasn't the first time he came to a civilian area, but the first time he came here with a different mood than even before. Today is the anniversary of my mother's death, Lin Han said naturally and in a calm tone. I wanted to come over to see her and bring you along. Lin Han wore gloves. And even through a layer of silk fabric, he could still feel the warmth of He Yunting's palm. He pulled He Yunting off the flying machine and the two of them made a detour before walking to Lin Han's mother's grave. Even the cemetery in the civilian area was more modest than the core area, and there were few caretakers. So as long as they bought it, they could be buried here. Along with countless other people who were once ordinary but vivid. There was no picture on the woman's tombstone, only the inscription with the date, and the epitaph she wrote for herself long ago. Even from despair. Rise with tenderness, hope, and love. On it was in the woman's crisp handwriting, and alongside the text was a white rose that she had loved most in her life. It wouldn't wither. Just quietly sealed in the special material of the tombstone, quietly open. Accompanying her long sleep, He Yunting looked at the words for a long time in silence. She finally failed to leave the despair behind, or choose to leave in a long torment. But fortunately, she still left behind her tenderness, hope, and love. He Yunting's eyes softened and bowed very deeply to her. Lin Han bent his eyes and smiled, looked at his mother, and then at He Yunting. He suddenly had an uncanny feeling. It was very amazing. How he would have never thought he would actually bring He Yunting here. Like there was some kind of ritual. He saw He Yunting who bowed deeply, and there were so many things he wanted to tell him little by little. He Yunting words were few. But it didn't matter, and he could slowly tell him everything. Mom said she didn't want to be buried in the core. Lin Han spoke. She said it was too crowded and boring. The core area was filled with memories of spoiled young masters who usually called out, Mother, but Lin Han still had the civilian area habit and would very smoothly call, Mom. In respect outside, inexplicably it was more sticky and intimate. He recalled little by little, but she didn't stop me, let me take the test to the core, and said at least in that place, Omegas wouldn't be too crowded, and I could live a better life. She told me to do whatever I wanted to do, to go wherever I wanted to go. And not to have any regrets about anything. Lin Han tilted his head. Now that I think about it, I guess it's still kind of how I've always lived. He tried to drive a mecha, but after trying, he found that his body couldn't keep up, but he ended up doing a job he liked, so he didn't have any regrets in the end. MN. He Yunting responded and looked at the face of the youth in front of him. There was little change from 3 years ago. He was still gentle and soft. Lin Han saw He Yunting raise his hand, seemingly to touch his face, but finally let it go because of heavy concern. He heard He Yunting say, "You can do whatever you want." Lin Han's heart moved. "I'll show you the place where I used to live. It should still be there." The place was naturally not as well organized as the core, and even when they walked to less crowded places, there were still loitering betas staring at them, or more directly. Some omegas leaning on the railing at the side of the road in their loose clothes, seeing the tall and mysterious people. And even trying to giggle and come up to them. Fortunately, it wasn't far. The two soon arrived at the house where Lin Han used to live. He Yunting unexpectedly saw this was already considered a rare and nice place in the civilian area. The surroundings weren't that bad. And it was even more rare that this place was quieter than the noisy cluster buildings, not like in the civilian area, but like the outer ring of the core area, with little disturbance. "I don't come here often, maybe once or twice a year," Lin Han said, "but my mother bought the house, and I'm not short of money, so I'll keep it as a memento." He Yunting remembered that Lin Han's mother had not actually gone out to earn a living to support herself and her son since she came here, yet in every way there were no economic concerns. Seemingly just to escape the core area and the nightmares she once had. Although Lin Han only occasionally came, he would regularly call someone to clean, so the house still looked neat and clean. "Next time I'll bring Gur over to see. There's still a mecha model in the room that I collected when I was a kid, and I don't know if it will like it," Lin Han said, picking up a model in his hand. He seemed to talk a little more than usual today, starting from his childhood, such as when he would inexplicably cry when he first read, such as when he had been in the civilian area for so long. His mother was worried about Lin Han's safety and never let him go too far away by himself, and whenever she was free, she would bring him along. "Wasn't I quite petulant?" Lin Han laughed halfway through. "My mother never said that about me, but I always felt I was quite petulant. Maybe it's because I haven't suffered much," he muttered to himself. He Yunting listened to him quietly, his eyes serious. After a few minutes, however, Lin Han suddenly stopped, his lips pursed very lightly, and called the other man's name. "He Yunting," Lin Han asked, touching his face with his gloved hand as if inadvertently. "What you don't want to talk about is related to me, the Burning Blood Project, or my mother, right?" "I can guess." He Yunting was a little surprised, but ultimately didn't say anything. "Anyway, it's just these few things, isn't it?" Lin Han said calmly. "I had doubts before, my conditions obviously fit so well, so why did nothing happen to me? I don't mean to make a wild guess, but anyway I'm sure you won't easily forget about me." Lin Han tilted his head to look at him, and even deliberately leaned closer to create the illusion that he could only rely on He Yunting. "You said the decision was in my hands. So I want to know now, okay?" "Okay." Whenever Lin Han said these 4 words, it was obviously a normal discussion, but He Yunting could always hear the meaning of pampering. He saw He Yunting's expression finally change. Before waiting for the other to speak, Lin Han continued, "I know you must not want to tell me. But you have to know that I'm not the same as before." Lin Han came closer, his breath brushing the side of He Yunting's face, close enough to bite into his earlobe and learn all about the dusty past at the moment of skin-to-skin contact. "You won't leave me behind." Lin Han used an affirmative sentence, as if he was just reminding himself that this would never change. "So I can't help it," he said as he reached out and wrapped his arms around the other man's neck. "There's no way I can stop spending time with you only point blank, like I did before. There's no way I can stop kissing you or controlling the desire to get closer to you. I can't help it if I have to keep touching you through a layer of gloves." Lin Han's eyes seemed a little red. It's not that he didn't know what he might know next, he was actually so nervous that his palms were sweating. Luckily he was wearing gloves so He Yunting couldn't notice. "I know I'm useless. Don't laugh at me, just tell me, okay? Do you want to?" He still seemed hesitant and talked a little more than usual, saying again what he had said at the beginning, "All the decisions are in your hands." Lin Han opened his eyes hard to hold back the tears that were about to fall out, and wondered if he had succeeded. And if he would now look ugly. "If I can. I hope you never have to know this. Always live in the cleanest world and always face only the sun." He Yun-ting walked step by step in front of Lin Han. He was quite a bit taller than the other person. Covering Lin Han with his shadow, he only looked down at Lin Han for a moment before reaching out his hand, holding the back of his head with his 5 fingers and running it through his hair. He Yun-ting was very stupid before he regained his memory. He didn't even know how to talk to Lin Han properly. Not knowing that his inner thoughts turned out to have caused him a misunderstanding, sluggishly took the snacks Lu Anhe had hidden in his aviator over to curry favor, tentatively asking if he wasn't angry anymore. He wanted Lin Han to stop crying, to apologize hand over fist as he had just returned from V-Proton, or to subconsciously lean over and kiss the other man's tears dry. His feelings weren't rich. Most people have a cold stereotypical impression of him, thinking that years of polishing has turned him into a cold weapon, only to get closer to know that he was still standing in the same place, sincere and would never change. It was a pity no one would come near him. He took the gloves off for Lin Han with his other hand, and then held Lin Han's 5 fingers firmly. He knew he would see those images, but he didn't know how Lin Han would feel after seeing them. Lin Han's hair was soft and supple, and he Yun-ting half forced Lin Han to his shoulder, so that his face was buried in his arms. He said, "Go ahead and cry." Chapter 100. Lin Han thought he wouldn't cry, because compared to this kind of emotion used simply as a catharsis, he hadn't come back from those truths. Just like once on the battleship, the overly intimate relationship could sometimes bring up some specific images in Lin Han's mind. The inner perspective was he Yun-ting's. So it was rare for him to truly see all that happened 3 years ago again from the other side's position. He finally understood why he Yun-ting had avoided him at the moment of recovering his memory, and finally knew the full picture of the current events without obscuring it. He covered his ears, but it was useless. Those words still pierced into his chest like a sharp knife, but it was so hollow that no blood could come out. Before he could react, the past continued to burrow into the hole, twisting the soft flesh of his heart and plucking it deeper, not allowing him to avoid it. He saw his name and information turned into a string of symbols, together with a row of untraceable omegas, arranged in a special database. He saw an unfamiliar face, a secret laboratory sealed in a remote place, and he Yun-ting walking out of it, his eyes cold and silent. He saw he Yun-ting kill a lot of people, saw the last one laughing and saying his mother's name slowly, and then cruelly spoke about the things that had happened to her one by one. The more he said, the more the expression on his face beamed with pleasure. When he sighed and held his hand, saying, "Don't be afraid, you can go anywhere you want." But when he looked at him, he was always gentle. So gentle that he couldn't find any trace of those things in his eyes. Lin Han's body began to tremble. A strong sadness seized his throat, and could only blur out a muddled voice. Don't tell me, I don't want to know." All he wanted to do in this moment was to run away. His knees were too weak to stand, and he kept saying it under his breath. But the facts kept coming into his head, and he couldn't avoid them. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his voice got painfully louder when he didn't even realize it. "No. Mommy, Mommy." In just a moment, all the images disappeared. There were no more gruesome images in front of his eyes, and only a man's voice came to his ears, not knowing whether it was an inside thought or an off-the-cuff reassurance. "Lin Han. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and cry," he said again, "I'm here." Lin Han then realized that tears had flowed down his face at some point. The moment he realized he was crying, an even stronger grief pressed in, and Lin Han's heart was twisted to the point where it hurt. He couldn't control his emotions at all, and only knew to lie on the person holding him in front of him, letting his tears blot the material on his chest. Lin Han cried very quietly. But occasionally there was still uncontrollable sobbing. If put in the past he probably felt ashamed, but now there was nothing to worry about. You were," his voice came over muffled with salty moisture, "you were standing in front of me like this." Mn. Lin Han couldn't ask the next words. He hoped that he Yun-ting would wake him up at that time, probably saying awkwardly, "The lecture is over. Don't fall asleep," and he would open his eyes in the midst of the unfulfilled sleep and see those eyes when he looked up. Maybe he would also fall in love at first sight. But he also knew that he Yun-ting wouldn't do that, and he understood that the past couldn't be retraced, and all that would only exist in his vision. "But," Lin Han said, "you can hold me tighter." But that was where they were supposed to start. He Yun-ting wasn't good at comforting people, let alone trying to make them cry this time. He could only do as he was told, and then ran his hands down his back slowly, just as Lin Han had done before. This was the first time Lin Han had shed tears for so long. He always thought he was strong enough to do a lot of things by himself, to take care of himself, to live well. But now he was standing in the house where he had lived for more than 10 years, but finally felt powerless. In this onslaught of emotions, the familiar image of the woman smiling and talking to him every time, there were still so many things hidden in her heart. Those things really happened to her. She had no one to cherish her as the most precious, but still raised him peacefully, let him do what he wanted to do, and live as he wanted to live. But now, one of them would never come back. With a desperation that cannot be broken free. Your mother won't blame you. He Yun-ting finally opened his mouth, as if he knew what Lin Han was thinking, what she wanted most. You have done. You grew up without any influence and without being disturbed by any emotion. He Yun-ting rubbed Lin Han's hair. You didn't drag her down. You were her hope. When they left the civilian area and returned to the flying machine, Lin Han was no longer crying. Except for the absence of a smile, he looked no different from normal. But he still couldn't say anything. Both men looked a little worse for wear now, one with red seeping from his eyes and the tip of his nose, the other with his collar all wrinkled and a small puddle of water on his shoulder. He Yun-ting waited a long time for him to calm down, and only after the time was indeed late did he restart the craft and take off towards the core. Where to? Lin Han suddenly spoke. His voice still hoarse from crying. He opened his mouth to ask. His voice with a bit of softness after being washed by tears, as if he had no opinion at all right now and just wanted to simply ask the other. Anywhere's fine. He Yun-ting still can't help but ask, are you okay? Lin Han tried to close his eyes, trying to block out the renewed emotions, I'm fine. As if he was afraid that He Yun-ting would worry, he added another sentence. I'll be fine in a while. After a few moments, he finally made an effort to curl the corners of his mouth again, his upper lip slightly upturned because he had been crying for too long, appearing moist, making this smile vivid and pathetic. Let's go, Lin Han said. The greenery and planting in the civilian area was random and not so well organized, but when the flying machine started up and looked from midair, it had a different charm. He Yun-ting looked at the unknown plants growing interspersed with the buildings below and suddenly remembered something. Let me take you back, He Yun-ting said. The tulips in the manor are in bloom, I want you to see them. Lin Han remembered that when He Yun-ting hadn't returned from V-Proton yet, he had seen his flower field once. At that time, a whole field of flowers had only drawn stems, but the buds hadn't grown yet, and all that could be seen was a lush field. There seemed to be a glass flower room in the middle, but Lin Han couldn't see it from a distance, and some rare and delicate species should be planted inside. He had never seen such a large field of flowers, and naturally, he was looking forward to the bloom. They didn't say anything on the way, but He Yun-ting kept Lin Han's hand in his. They were like a couple still in their student days, and since they already knew all about it, they simply held their hands tighter. When He Yun-ting was quiet, there wasn't even a heartbeat, only a dry, secret-free palm. Lin Han used his fingers to rub against He Yun-ting's rough calluses. Even if he knew he shouldn't be sad anymore, his heart couldn't help but become sore and a little numb. I don't think you had such thick calluses on your hands. Lin Han lowered his head and asked him, wasn't the training quite hard? He Yun-ting was debugging the autopilot program, flying fast. And they were about to land. He froze for a moment and replied, it was all right. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Han shook his head and stopped talking. He was just thinking that if he could do it all over again, then he would have gone to him when he was tired of training and rubbed his hands or held him back to school. In any case, he wouldn't let him be so miserable alone again, and the calluses on his hands would be smaller. Lin Han inevitably felt pretentious, but he couldn't help himself. Just like wanting a kiss even though he would rather know the truth, he wanted to make all sorts of assumptions even though he understood that those days would never come back. He Yun-ting didn't ask more questions. Just said quietly, here it is. He didn't stop outside this time. There was a big open space next to the flower field, but he didn't seem to want Lin Han to walk around more, so he stopped directly next to it. Lin Han's eyes still rested on He Yun-ting's hand, probably because he had been crying for a long time and his mind was a bit dull. He said, oh, before nodding and getting up to follow He Yun-ting down. I forgot, He Yun-ting suddenly said, Mr. Lin. Close your eyes. Lin Han happened to be tired from crying, his eyes were sore and swollen, so he simply obeyed and did as he was told, and heard He Yun-ting continue, give me your hand. Give me your hand. Lin Han suddenly remembered a long time ago when he first arrived at the base, He Yun-ting still had a cold look. And his tone of voice was light. And for the first time he wanted to try to tell He Yun-ting the fact that he had the ability to read minds, so he told him. Give me your hand. He didn't expect that after so long, time would pass and he would hear the same words. Lin Han put his hand on his, and He Yun-ting was afraid he would fall, so he helped him walk down. Lin Han smelled a very light fragrance of flowers. The tulips were not a strong-smelling plant, so there wasn't a constant scent in the air, and now it was close to evening. The fragrance only leaked out a little, even if there was such a large area, it didn't make him feel dizzy and his chest tight. Lin Han let the other side hold him, step by step. Sniffing the fragrance, stepping forward on the clean white bricks. He heard the sound of the door being opened, okay. Lin Han opened his eyes. All he saw was purple, but it didn't feel dull or gaudy, each flower had been carefully trimmed, and the color and height were just right. When the wind blew, the flowers and stems swayed lightly, and the sunset approached, pressing down a little, revealing the clouds dyed golden yellow. And not too far away from here, the flying machine was parked, as well as M.2742 which stood quietly. 1. The fields of purple flowers resembled the distant, rare Arinrong Nebula. Like purple magnificent gems, and because of the light undulation, turned into a tide of purple tinted with golden light. I didn't know why I was planting this at the time. He Yunting's tone was calm, I just suddenly saw one day that this color of the flower field was very much like the Arinrong Nebula I had seen before. But this wasn't the same as Arinrong. The nebula wasn't common, but at this moment it was within reach. Lin Han was in the center of the glass flower room, which was filled with other lightly scented flowers, but he still only had eyes for this whole purple river of stars. His hand was still clutching He Yunting's, and all around him was too quiet, so quiet that his heartbeat seemed deafening at this point. Mr. Lin, He Yun-ting wanted to ask Lin Han if he liked it, but he was interrupted just before he said it. I have no regrets, Lin Han said, everything was done of my own free will. There was a glimpse of sunset falling through the glass door into the flower room, and Lin Han was covered by He Yunting's shadow, a thin layer of velvet light wrapped around them. He saw that the lines of He Yunting's face were still handsome, and when he looked down at him, his blue eyes still held a clean, naked tenderness. For a moment, he felt that the sunset or noon was just a light that the two had missed that year. They had a nebula close by to witness. As if they only needed to pick up this light, they could cross the countless light years of distance, dissolve into the galaxy of the universe, back to the most ordinary day of the year. The atmosphere was so good that they no longer needed to touch across something, even if the price was to puncture some deliberately created goodness. He Yun-ting, Lin Han said to him as he looked at him and smiled, his eyes finally less sad this time, with exactly the same bright light as they had been all those years ago, we have no more secrets. Come and kiss me, will you? Lin Han thought to himself, I really am a very greedy person. He still wanted everything that was beautiful and sincere, a warm hug forever. The tenderness of quiet water, a hot or loving kiss. He wanted lots and lots of love. When He Yunting's lips pressed his, Lin Han leaned against the glass door of the flower room, silently exchanging breaths with him. He couldn't tell what kind of emotions he had, but his gloves had long been thrown somewhere. He wanted so much to use these hands to caress every inch of He Yunting's skin, kiss his scars, and lick away his sweat. Lin Han nibbled on He Yunting's chin, grabbed the hand that had been interlocked with his fingers, and placed it on his waist. He Yun-ting followed the movement of his hand and slid upward very gently, touching Lin Han's delicate, gentle, jade-like skin. If he used a little force, he could leave a light red mark on it. Let's do it. Lin Han breathed in sharply between kisses, okay. The glass flower room was fogged with steam, and the purple flowers gradually became unrecognizable. At first glance, it really looked like the Arinrong Nebula, which only appeared in the border area. Lin Han kneeled down on the cold crystal chair, just wanting to crane his neck, when he was bitten by the man behind him, who was half on his side, on the knot of his throat. He Yunting's strength wasn't heavy, and he only felt a suffocating itch. Lin Han shivered a little, as if he could no longer hold back, and propped his hand on the door that had become translucent, before sliding down weakly from the movement, leaving only the wet marks of 5 fingers scratching on the glass. "Cry out." He Yun-ting pressed the side of Lin Han's waist and said close to his ear. He wanted him to cry out. Whether it was a sob or a cry of indulgence. "Only I can hear your voice." There was no one else here, and their love was naked and real under the canopy, covered in a continuous wave of purple. Without even closing their eyes, they could be drowned by the waves and be reborn in the infinite and romantic nebula that was within their reach. Chapter 101. In addition to the scent of precious flowers and pheromones, the flower room was also dense with the smell of something else. Dusk descended and the field of purple was hidden in the night. Lin Han was quite open to this kind of thing, but after hearing He Yun-ting say so, he still wanted to turn his face away in shame. But He Yun-ting didn't give him the chance, taking advantage of the moment Lin Han tilted his head to turn him over, then grabbed his ankle with one hand and pulled him towards himself. "Don't." He Yun-ting easily put Lin Han's legs on his shoulders, and the sudden impact made Lin Han cry out uncontrollably. Lin Han wanted to say no. But even such a simple sentence felt strained. He could barely smell the flowers in the flower room, but felt himself wrapped in a smell of ebony, not strong, but seeping into all of his body, and then mixed with the particles in the air, so that every breath he took was this smell. The night seemed to be darker than where Lin Han lived. Gradually, he could only feel himself being possessed and He Yun-ting's presence in the darkness, and even with his eyes open, he couldn't see anything. "Do you want to turn on the light?" he heard He Yun-ting ask. Lin Han's mind was bewildered for a moment, and then he wanted to shake his head and refuse. But he was unable to speak because of a wave that wasn't too deep or too shallow that made his entire waist tremble. He Yun-ting didn't know whether this action was taken unconsciously, or deliberately bad-hearted. He quietly said, "Hold tight." Then in Lin Han's subconscious, he gave a cry of surprise as he was lifted and He Yun-ting stood up. Lin Han couldn't even figure out if He Yun-ting really wanted to turn on the lights, or if he could actually do so many tricks in such a small place, but he still had to go along with his partner's movements with red eyes. He lost his point of support, and could only busily stroke his hands along He Yun-ting as if for survival, from the strong thin waist upwards, using his palm and fingers to feel the curve of his back that was slightly sunken in by the contraction, and the smooth and perfect muscle lines at the shoulder blades that moved as a result. "Ooh." He subconsciously closed his eyes as the lights came on. He Yun-ting threw a coat on the floor. And before Lin Han had time to slow down from the sudden weightlessness he had just experienced, his backbone came into contact with the fabric padded on the floor while He Yun-ting pressed him down. The bright yellow light was cast down, and the delicate petals in the flower room were tinged with some warm light, while the leaves of the green plants that were closer together trembled very lightly with their movements. He Yun-ting used his hand to wipe away some of the condensation on the glass door, so when Lin Han reopened his eyes, he finally saw his current appearance. Their every move was reflected on the glass, and he saw He Yun-ting's rare disrobed form, while he himself had curled his toes and tensed his back because of the burst of ebony. He saw the handsome side of He Yun-ting's face as he leaned down to kiss him, saw the bridge of his high nose collide with the tip of his nose, saw his thin lips as he pressed up to suck, and his own almost lax eyes. Lin Han thought, in fact, he really wasn't that strong. What he was doing now was just another means of escape. Although he didn't need to be like those codependent omegas, desperately trying to prove their love, he still wanted to let his lover completely and utterly own him. When Lin Han was bumped into, his eyes were red, and uncontrollably shed a few tears. He thought, "We will always love each other." The flower room flowed with a faint yellow light, the glass door reflected the two intertwined together, the light spilled out some, they could also faintly see the little field of flowers. He Yun-ting didn't know how many times he leaned down, swallowed Lin Han's impatient cries in the gentle purple sea, and then kissed the tears flowing out. Lin Han was then recaptured by him, hooking his hands on He Yun-ting's sweaty back. There was still a lot he hadn't figured out, but He Yun-ting had cleaned up all of Ji Yu Miao's lineage, and did it on purpose, telling them everything their mother had suffered without telling them who had done it back then. He wanted to know who that person was. If he was alive, what was his name, what did he do? What district did he live in? If he died, where would he be buried, and did anyone know about his sins during his life? Ah, He felt He Yunting's gentle but ruthless movements, a certain piece of skin was even reddened by the top, and the Omega's nature let him be overwhelmed anew by the boundless pleasure that arose. Lin Han finally no longer had any scruples. Let go of the teeth biting the lower lip, wrapped his arms tightly around He Yunting's sides. He felt He Yunting come close to his glands and resist by moving away. He no longer suppressed his cries that escaped. But at least tonight, he wouldn't have time to think about other things. When He Yunting carried Lin Han back to his room in the night, he woke up with a shiver. Almost thinking that Lin Han had been injured like last time in the border area. It lost all its sleepiness and scurried around He Yunting's feet without any rules until Lin Han sat back on the bed, and it immediately jumped up and rolled the whole ball from his shoulder to his hand to check if there was any serious injury. Somehow, seeing it so anxious, Lin Han's original heart that had many things piled up, after this one dusk dissipated a lot. He originally wanted to calm the little one, but saw He Yunting, who always had a stinky face when he saw squatting down in front of it. Lin Han's heart was alarmed, afraid that this careful person and would create trouble. After all, this kind of thing had happened more than once. The small thing puffed up its cheeks, as if to embolden itself, and put all its breath into a round ball, while afraid. While gritting its teeth as it and He Yunting stared at each other. The two stared at each other in silence for a whole minute. Lin Han was amused by the two of them. He thought He Yunting was going to pick up again and throw him elsewhere, and was about to laugh and cry as he walked over to prevent the dispute from escalating when he saw a strange scene. The beaten general stiffly reached out his hand and gave a stiff-looking pat on the head. No more mention of shaving you later. The tone of his voice was no different from a cold-faced order, only Lin Han heard a hint of reconciliation from it. It was clear that the other member of the duo also felt very frightened. He Yunting seemed to realize that he had just gleaned a little too hard. Lin Han usually stroked the little guy's fur very gently. But he really didn't know how to do it as gently as Lin Han did, and he felt uncomfortable touching it too gently. Lin Han smiled lightly and grabbed He Yunting's hand, reading this wonderful and lovely emotion. Was actually so scared that all the hairs on its body started to shiver, but He Yunting finally spat out the words to the little guy after holding it for half a day, sorry. Ger's beady eyes froze, as if dreaming of the oddbound star. Lin Han's mouth curved a little deeper. But the general was a man of his word, and since he had spoken, he had to finish the rest of his sentence with a stiff upper lip. So Lin Han saw cowering in place with a frightened and panicked face, listening to the man in front of him begin to coldly apologize to him. I know you care about him a lot. So do I. If Ger's blink could be caught, Lin Han would have found the little guy blinking his beady eyes over and over for a few short seconds, suspecting he'd heard wrong. I wasn't a bully before either, and I understand that you're good to Lin. But I'm just like you, no matter what happens, there's no way I can hurt him. As long as I'm here, he'll be fine. The little thing took a while to digest before it understood the meaning of He Yunting's words. He was actually really making peace with it. But wasn't such a spineless creature. Even though Lin Han was curving his eyes and saying, you have to trust him, with a smile, still bounced with great ambition and rolled to He Yunting with his head held high, accepting a little rough touch from him. Lin Han knew the little guy was proud. But finally he couldn't help but be partial and quietly handed him its favorite snack to He Yunting when he wasn't expecting it. Use this. He Yunting eyebrows jumped a little. For a long time, he compromised and took the snack out of his pack, waved it in front of Ger's eyes, and said expressionlessly, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Ger's vision was only left with the snack, with He Yunting's hand, head bobbing around. In the end, the two managed to reconcile. Of course both sides were never going to admit that they ended up compromising with each other because of a piece of snack. Lin Han didn't know when he fell asleep in He Yunting's arms, and his breathing rate was even. But he still woke up early, so early that the sky wasn't even bright yet, the darkest time before dawn. He just rolled over very lightly, but He Yunting woke up anyway. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Lin Han opened his mouth to apologize nicely and blinked. He Yunting naturally didn't mind. A moment later, he heard Lin Han whisper, it's so dark, why isn't it light yet? It will be light soon. He Yunting also looked out the window, as if answering Lin Han's question, have you ever heard of the Star of Revelation? The word was a little too unfamiliar to Lin Han and shook his head. It's a name that humans used to have when they were still on Earth. They would see two stars. One was the dim star that appeared at dusk afterglow. And the other was the star of revelation that would appear before dawn. He Yunting's knowledge of the universe had always fascinated Lin Han, and when explaining these things, he said extraordinarily, but in fact, these two stars are no different, they are both just Venus orbiting at high speed. Lin Han subconsciously asked, so? There's no such star, right? You can say there is. Or you can say there isn't. He Yunting said, the planet's rotation speed is completely different from the old Earth, so it's really not possible to see Venus twice a day. But as long as it's the brightest star seen before dawn, you can continue to use that name, too. He Yunting said. Lin Han stared very carefully at the dark clouds outside the window for a long time, but finally couldn't find it. Okay, he wasn't really disappointed and got up to wash up. Compared to yesterday, he looked gentler, speaking and moving normally. Except that the area around his eyes was still a little swollen because he had shed too many tears. He took a look in the mirror and smiled to himself, so ugly. Don't cry for so long from now on. The tone was even lighthearted, as if he had just known a perfectly ordinary thing yesterday. Lin Han had to go to the research institute a little early today while He Yunting remembered something. If you're free after work today, you can come to the base. Okay. Lin Han didn't ask why, he didn't even need to hold He Yunting's hand, he simply answered. He Yunting put his clothes back on for him, and then received a kiss with him that wasn't too long or too short. In the morning, in addition to certain physical reactions, sometimes the alpha pheromones would leak out with it, so when He Yunting's lips left, Lin Han still smelled a little very light ebony aroma. He was silent for a while and stood still, saying, you were trying to mark me yesterday, weren't you? Several times he pressed his lips to the gland, almost licking the skin around it with the tip of his tongue at the last moment, but finally moved away with his canine teeth that wanted to pierce it. Lin Han wasn't in heat. Marking at such a time was purely a subconscious alpha instinct, wanting to leave a mark on the omega that was uniquely his own, to have his own pheromone running through his body, like a stamp engraved in his blood. But he didn't dare, nor did he want to. In the countless moments when he wanted to mark, He Yunting would always think of the woman who had mashed her gland with her own hands, and those omega who had lost their glands because of the sins of others. So he hesitated. And finally chickened out. He remembered the markings in the border area, where he didn't even control the force and buried himself in the other's neck, leaving two very deep blood marks. Don't be afraid. Lin Han, however, caved in on his emotions. Don't worry about me, either. My mother is my mother, and I am me. Lin Han smiled gently. I'm not very afraid of pain. Lin Han reached out and stroked the corner of He Yunting's lips. If you want to mark me, just mark me. You won't hurt me. He winked. And before He Yunting could say anything, he spoke again. Or, wait for my next heat period, then mark me. Lin Han knew what his words meant. The ordinary period was fine, if marked during heat, at most 3 times. The two marked parties would be completely tied together because of pheromone, and the entanglement in the blood wouldn't fade no matter how much time had passed. Either kind of marking is fine, he said with a smile when he saw He Yunting's bewildered expression. I'm not afraid of it. In fact, He Yunting was right in thinking that Lin Han was really afraid of pain. But he wanted to be less cautious. And he wanted a tighter, more inseparable bond. He was very greedy, wanting full trust and delivery, wanting to be engraved in the blood entanglement, wanting to be like the purple tulips, like never-ending love. So it didn't matter if it hurt a little. Chapter 102. He Yunting didn't respond immediately, and for a moment, Lin Han even felt he was timid. You don't need to worry. Lin Han didn't directly point it out, just said, your pheromone smells really nice, I like it. He was telling the truth. A man who looked that cold had a mellow and strong scent with a tenderness completely different from how he appeared. But for an omega to say this to an alpha, it was almost a blatant invitation. Lin Han smiled very lightly, his tone very relaxed. As if He Yunting was really worried about this. He Yunting looked at him. Lin Han obviously just learned of those bloody facts, knew that his mother had not died peacefully of illness, knew that they had missed out for many years, and had regretted it for a long time. But after crying, he could still smile. Before the smile on his lips dissipated, He Yun-ting took a step forward and walked up, and without saying a word, reached out and took him into his arms. Lin Han didn't resist. His eyebrows were closely pressed to the other's body, and even though they didn't have skin-to-skin contact, he didn't need to hear what the other was thinking, but still felt at ease. Good, He Yun-ting said. Grr. Who had just woken up, wriggled through the doorway and saw this not-so-glamorous scene. He Yun-ting's eyesight was good, and he looked down at the little thing that had scurried in, and silently locked eyes with it. He Yun-ting's eyes lifted a little. Grr's beady eyes blinked. If it was a day ago, maybe it would have rushed up to pull He Yun-ting's pants leg. But the next day, after being coaxed by the snacks, the little guy hesitated for half a minute, shook its fur, retracted its short legs, rustled half a circle on the ground and slipped away. After all, it was a Qajar with principles. He Yun-ting realized in this moment of hindsight that he seemed to be coaxing people with snacks recently, and the effect seemed to be pretty good. The first time was to carefully pass the snacks hidden by Lu Anhei to Lin Han, and now he was handing over the things Lin Han bought to a certain small creature. He Yun-ting rarely wasted his time thinking about such things, and before he could figure out a pattern, Lin Han looked up from his arms with surprised eyes. The next second his lips pressed on his, but quickly left again. I have to go out, Lin Han said. He Yun-ting nodded his head. Because the flying machine was parked nearby, Lin Han didn't refuse the other's request to take him to work. In any case, the flying machine was so big that his colleagues would see it anyway, so Lin Han simply let He Yun-ting park it at the entrance. It was still early and there weren't many people at the entrance of the institute. He Yun-ting called out to Lin Han before he left, if you get off work early today, come to the base. I have some information to show you. Lin Han nodded his head and responded. He was just about to press the switch on the side door of the craft, when he suddenly thought of something and turned back. Lin Han saw a few rays of sunlight falling through the front glass of the craft onto He Yun-ting's side face, and even though he had no expression at the moment, Lin Han could still feel a kind of transparent tenderness. That's right, he twitched his lips. When we went out today, you smiled beautifully. I liked it a lot. Lin Han greeted the colleague he ran into at the door, knowing that others were probably still wondering about the identity of the owner of the flying machine that had just flown away. But his heart was a little more open than usual. He changed his clothes and walked out. He went back to his office to organize his schedule for the day, allocating the time needed to make sure he could finish it all before the end of the day. Lin Han didn't make it to the base, however, and heard some subtle news during a break in the middle of the day. Since Xu Xiong took the initiative to publicly explain the situation of the Proton Star at that time, those malicious remarks about He Yun-ting were much less, and most people were still willing to believe that he was indeed looking out for the Empire, and not a murderous demon. However, there were always some people who stubbornly believed that Xu Xiong was absolving He Yun-ting's actions, unable to accept that so many people have really died, so those people still had a lot of malice towards He Yun-ting. But the Institute's attitude was always clear, so when Lin Han heard the news, his colleagues were still upset about He Yun-ting. He passed by the terrace with his coffee and couldn't help but walk over when he heard He Yun-ting's name. So I'll just say that some people at the Empire Life Forum are simply in bliss, and question this and that all day long. Even I think that the general did the right thing, whether Professor Xu spoke for him or not, yeah. But it shouldn't be a big deal. I heard that the formation completely revamped the supply system before returning. It's hard to say. I just hope it doesn't get any bigger or get to the Empire. Don't worry about that. This place is still quite far from V Proton. One of the colleagues looked like an obvious supporter of He Yun-ting. You may not believe me, but I've been paying a lot of attention to this lately, and it's actually not the first time it's been reported, and I don't know why you're just learning about it now. Anyway, I'm really distressed for the general. Most of those who say these things are petulant kids with little life experience, right? He frowned. What's the meaning of our institute's existence? If we really follow the hypocritical peace theory of those people, then the military system of the Empire is good enough now, so why don't we ask His Majesty the Emperor to end the research of the new mecha? Lin Han went up to him and asked. What's the matter? Recently, Lin Han has been talking with his colleagues more because of the mysterious big brother in the core area behind him, and while gossip was gossip, There was nothing malicious about this matter. When several colleagues saw him coming, they smiled kindly and handed the light screen to Lin Han. The latest report about V-Proton star, it's all from some small media, I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Han, who wasn't wearing gloves, avoided the other man's fingers and took the light screen, seeing the focus of their discussion. V-Proton star's beta mutagenicity gene or resurgence. Are antigens really effective? This headline was normal. But the following articles were all fearless tabloids, with horrifying titles such as, V-Proton star suspected to be wiped out, and, Researcher fake, a planet's rapid fall. The headlines weren't accompanied by pictures, or by pictures of events that weren't related to this in the slightest, but were posted as if they had been sent from V-Proton, with a very deliberate style of writing that summarized the event in general. Someone secretly sent a message to the Empire, saying that the genetic disease that had been suppressed on V-Proton had reappeared, and that people who had recovered had regained similar habits, such as making meaningless hissing and not understanding human speech. But these reports stopped there. Followed by subjective comments and speculations, and the tendency wasn't friendly, pointing to Xu Ziyang's falsification, or He Yunting's failure to clean up the infected people. It looked like some kind of incompetent media that was bored to the point of rubbing people's eyes with hot sauce. These reports look like a traffic attraction. Just look at them. The colleague took the light screen. Lin Han returned and said casually, the official media was praising Central City yesterday for its good governance. Lin Han didn't say anything. Yes. Don't take it seriously, another colleague added. Lin Han's expression didn't change, he nodded along with their words and left with his coffee. The colleague wasn't surprised by his reaction, after all. Lin Han always seemed to be very gentle and calm, as if nothing could cause him to have violent emotional ups and downs. I suddenly wondered again who the big guy that sent him to work this morning was. Two colleagues lamented, because I'm really curious what kind of alpha and omega like Lin Han would look at. The two had no intention of making their relationship public for the time being, though the base was considered an exception. Lin Han got off work on time as planned, didn't let He Yunting call someone to pick him up, and took a public flying machine to the base by himself. The non-commissioned officers here would look at Lin Han, greet him and make way for him. They probably knew that this person had an unusual relationship with the general, but no one dared to ask what kind. Everyone was well trained and tight-lipped, so this matter was like an unspoken secret here, which was carefully concealed by everyone inside for the general. When Lin Han talked to He Yunting, it was also the base's rest time, and he had been in the base for a while, so he followed his memory to He Yunting's room. When he entered, He Yunting was sorting out information in the virtual database. When he saw him coming, He Yunting glanced at the time, then stood up and searched in the cabinet, and found a nutrient from it, unscrewed it and handed it to Lin Han. It's time. I think it's the third one today. Lin Han's face instantly fell, pushing He Yunting's hand away. Why do you want me to drink this as soon as I arrive? He Yunting's expression was very solemn, and he seriously said, I've done some calculations for you. If you don't drink, you'll lose your strength again at night. Lin Han frowned. I don't want to drink it. The next thing he saw was He Yunting lifting his hand and trying to take the nutrient in his mouth and passing it to him, just as they had done when they had just confessed their feelings. No. No, no. I'll drink it myself. Lin Han hurriedly stopped him from doing this, grabbed it and drank it with his nose pinched. After all, the taste of this stuff was really not good. He couldn't aggravate He Yunting every time and make his mouth have that taste as well. But he didn't expect that He Yunting's tongue would move in his mouth. Lin Han was kissed by him and his cheeks were red. When he looked up at the other's calm and composed expression, he simply didn't know what to say. He Yunting, Lin Han called his name with a flourish. Do you want to kiss me on the pretext, or did you want to see if I drank the nutrient? Lin Han didn't wait for He Yunting to say anything, but simply reached over and touched He Yunting's glistening lips. Mr. Lin should drink the nutrient on time. But from the first moment he came in, I couldn't help but kiss him. Obviously. We've just seen each other this morning. Lin Han withdrew his hand. He's changed so much from the man who had to invite himself on the grounds that Lu Anhei's mecha was broken, and who clumsily had to dance with him. He was so mushy that it didn't match his status at all. Lin Han curled his eyes at the other man. If they had been together back then, maybe He Yunting wouldn't have reacted the way he did. After all, This was the sweetness that he was once afraid to touch, but lost and found again. Lin Han was suddenly not so sorry for the lost time. He Yunting knew that his mind was red, but not clear if it was a cover-up or not. He shifted his gaze away without any expression, not looking at Lin Han. Lin Han saw this, smiled mischievously, deliberately stepped up to him, earnestly cupping the other's face, making He Yunting look at him, as his eyes flashed with a little cunning light. General. Next time you want to kiss me, you don't have to find an excuse. This time he didn't call his full name again, but called him General. The majestic imperial general couldn't stand it and bit on the increasingly bold Omega's finger. But the two didn't mess around for long. Lin Han knew that He Yunting had asked him to come to him for something else. He tugged on He Yunting's neck and let him hold him on his lap before he straightened out He Yunting's messy lapel. Okay. General can talk about business now. He Yunting then handed him a handful of documents that were prepared on the table. This is what I have organized. Originally I didn't want to tell you, but then I thought, you even know what happened back then. So there's no point in hiding it. He Yunting said it naturally and believed Lin Han could understand him. Lin Han took it. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded away, and his expression also became serious. He Yunting was busy with training at the base these days, so Lin Han took Ger back to his apartment for a few days. Ger seemed to be more accustomed to Lin Han's apartment, mainly because there was a small corner inside that Lin Han tailored just for it, unlike the big house before, where there were so many rooms that it almost got lost several times. It wasn't a public holiday. So Lin Han was working as usual, but it didn't affect Ger, after all. It was no different from when it was alone at home. It still ate, slept and watched TV, and when it felt tired, it would do exercises around Lin Han's sofa cushion. Lin Han would probably be back in a few hours, and Ger's previous favorite drama had long been caught up, but it didn't like the end. The Omega ended up forgiving that scum Alpha, and they got back together in peace. And the Omega even gave birth to another child for the reformed scum Alpha. It was angry for a long time when it saw this end credits. Hurt by the drama, it decided to turn on the Empire News. It didn't really understand the news, but the scrolling subtitles and people of all shapes and sizes appealed to it, and every now and then it would see its own Alpha that it had just reconciled with the other day. Now, for example, it saw He Yunting on the news again, and next to his picture, there was a middle-aged man with half-white hair. Ger stretched out its paw and scratched the nearby fur, looking at the dense text on it in confusion. It couldn't read, but that didn't stop it from listening to the news with enthusiasm. On the TV, Ger tuned to a channel that was one of the most authoritative official media in the Empire. After the picture of He Yunting and the man flashed by, a brand new picture appeared. The picture was of a teenager in tattered clothes, clutching a box with half of a cake that had long expired. His eyes were shaded with a chilling look, and his mouth was open, as if he was saying something, or just hissing meaninglessly. The news headline read, "Antigen failed, V-proton may re-emerge with genetic disease." Chapter 103. Once the news from the official media came out, Lin Han felt the change in the atmosphere of his colleagues around him even before he left work. After all, those headlines before, no matter how scary, weren't shown in the media with little evidence. Believers had skepticism and more people waited and saw. The authoritative news directly posted a picture that they had never seen. Although in addition to the base sergeant and Xu Ziyang, no one knew the teenager, let alone knew what the situation was, but soon along with the video images published in the report, everyone had an idea more or less. The teenager's face was ashen, his lips mumbling and wriggling, and an inaudible voice came from his throat. His demeanor was no longer human, whether it was his lifeless eyes, murderous aura or habits similar to a Zerg's, all of which tell the people who saw the video that he wasn't normal. The psychological quality of the people in the institute was quite good, at least not too alarmed. And Lin Han also just heard about this at the end of the day. But after he returned home he found that not only the core area, but the news had spread to the entire empire, so in this time almost all people began to pay attention to this unexpected event. Some people were still worried about the situation on V-proton. Whether it was a rare occurrence or whether most people had already started to die, the media contacts that had been maintained on V-proton were abruptly interrupted, and many organizations that were still official could no longer contact the central city, so no one could get accurate and real-time information from it except the official media of the core of the empire, which was originally stationed on V-Proton. Under such circumstances, the explosion of public opinion was a matter of moments, both online and offline. Lin Han kept listening to people talk about the incident on his way home, and when he got home. The internet was full of comments like snowflakes. Some people reassured themselves that it must be a false alarm, that it might be just a single individual who didn't receive the antigen, and that he would be able to recover after the same systematic treatment as the others. Some were pessimistic, wondering if the V-Proton star wouldn't escape its fate and if its inhabitants would eventually mutate and die, including the central city, where there wasn't a single case of genetic infection. Others were alarmed, even starting to worry that the formations returning from V-Proton would also be infected with this genetic virus and turn the Empire into such a hell on Earth. He casually read the various remarks on the forum. Ger couldn't read, but still felt a strange uneasy premonition after today's news broadcast, which was different from all other days. Lin Han was wearing thin and loose pajamas. Ger thought the texture of this icy silk was strange, worried that humans wrapped in this icy cold thing must be cold. It struggled twice to jump on the table, with soft and fluffy little body cushioned on Lin Han's small arms, so that Lin Han could draw warmth, and it was relied on. Lin Han understood its meaning, and silently rubbed the little ball's head. The various messages on the forum were still being refreshed at a very fast pace. Don't. I just got into the core this year. The management and technology here should be able to stop that kind of scary gene. Don't deliberately bring the rhythm. Ah, the army has been back for how long? Did an accident happen then? Don't pull that into the core area. If you become infected, what can be done? V-Proton star is also quite far away from us, why should we care? This is how you treat your compatriots, who are still under the jurisdiction of the Empire. What compatriots? What about when you core zone people look at us with superiority and colored glasses? If you say so, it's better to genetically invade the core area and forget about equality in name only. Did we in the core say that the civilian areas are bad? Who first said that we wear colored glasses? You can't squeeze yourself in, so you curse. I'm sure some of the maggots in the civilian areas are of this quality. But someone said that some people in the core area are just born a little higher than others. Maybe they're not even as good as some of the kids in the civilian areas. Weren't we talking about V-Proton star? How did we get to this topic again? Anyway, the question now is whether V-Proton star can be restored. I thought that Professor Shu's serum was working too fast, and I was worried that there might be something hidden that hadn't been resolved. You can't say that. Who would have thought that something would happen? If Professor Shu hadn't come forward, maybe now V-Proton star would have. But it's a fact that it's not solved even now, and you have to be able to face the consequences of any decision you make, right? According to you, do you have to bear the consequences of cleaning up those people before? Lin Han frowned and didn't continue reading. He got off work early today, and although he originally wanted to contact He Yunting, he was afraid that this would affect him, so he finally decided to wait until later. And after the most authoritative official media in the core area released that news in the late afternoon, shortly afterwards. Like a supplementary report, a new news came again. This time there was more than one video, and the main character wasn't just the teenager from before. Some of the aliens began to awaken and began to attack indiscriminately. At first, some people were still lucky and tried to talk to their loved ones who were normal the day before, but ended up with their arms or throats bitten off alive, with their eyes open in fear and their lives abruptly ended. More and more evidence began to prove that this wasn't a coincidence, and the official media in the core area even filmed that outside the central city, a small group of aliens had begun to assemble. Although it appeared that there was no intention to attack for the time being, there was no one who wouldn't be creeped out by such a group of aliens staring at them. After a few short hours, everyone knew that V-Proton, originally saved by the antigen, was about to get out of control. Some people began to question whether the antigen development was a front, some criticized Xu Ziyang's academic attitude, while only a few people were still defending Xu Ziyang, saying that he certainly didn't want to see such a situation and others shouldn't be too harsh. The direction of things was unexpected. But there was a subtle sense of overlap with the time when he returned from V-Proton. The difference was that the target of the crowd last time was He Yunting, but this time it was replaced by Xu Ziyang. These things always easily stirred up the emotions of the people. Successes and failures were about a planet that wasn't too close to them, so that the people can comment on it with an eye that was just right, and then worry about themselves. Just as if by design. Everyone wanted to see Xu Ziyang for an explanation, and his lab and apartment were surrounded by layer after layer of angry people, but Xu Ziyang happened to be away. This had touched the hearts of the people who were more and more anxious. It seemed that this proved that Xu Ziyang was afraid, running away, acquiescing to the fact that he caused the incident. On the contrary, there were fewer people criticizing He Yun-ting. Except for criticizing him for stopping the plans for the remaining cities because he believed in Xu Ziyang, most people didn't point their fingers at him. After all, in every sense, He Yun-ting was acted strictly without mistakes. In any case, what he put first was always the safety of more people. The faster the incident fermented, the more angry people who couldn't find an outlet for their emotions became. Some began to pray, hoping that it was all a false alarm. And some were already worried about themselves and needed an explanation more and more. But Xu Ziyang just didn't show up at the lab or the apartment. Lin Han mulled it over a bit and remembered another secret lab of Xu Ziyang that only a few people knew about. Lin Han prepared Ger's dinner and waited for the little one to finish it slowly before cleaning it up and pulling the nutrients out of the cabinet. He pursed his lips, remembering someone who used the nutrient as a cover for a kiss a few days ago. His wrinkled eyebrows finally eased a bit, and only then did he reluctantly drink it. The darkness was over. Not far from the Imperial Military University students came to the sound of dynamism. Today seems to be a bit more lively. He didn't know if it was because they were discussing the sudden events of V Proton Star. Lin Han leaned back on the couch. Ger insatiably climbed up and buried himself in his shoulder. He had just immersed himself in such a leisurely evening when the TV, which was still broadcasting other news, flickered and cut back to the studio interface. The anchor on top had a stony expression, but there was a bit of surprise in his voice that even he didn't expect, and he said, "Regarding the failure of Professor Xu's serum, we have contacted the base management and learned about the situation." He paused for a moment. "So we're now surprised to be contacted by General He Yun-ting, who is willing to give us some response to this matter." The news feed was live and soon the scene cuts to the lobby used for receptions at the base, where He Yun-ting sat on the center couch with a cool brow. He was dressed in a new version of formal wear, his coat draped over his shoulders, his fringed epaulettes dazzling, the ribbon on his chest dangling from a medallion handcrafted from precious metals and stones. The shield and sword symbol representing the imperial base buckled in the center of his expensive belt. His lips were also cold, hard and straight, and his military cap was held in his hand, revealing a head of silver hair that people couldn't take their eyes off. Lin Han watched the TV, and the discussion interface on it exploded after hearing the words and seeing the image. "Did I see it wrong? Did I hear wrong? General actually on the live news? Crap crap crap. I thought he never likes to talk to the media, and he would rely on his adjutant or assistant to convey. This is the first time I've seen a live general on live TV. So he would actually be willing to come out in person to help Professor Xu speak. That's too good of a relationship, or maybe it's true trust to accept this invitation to explain for him in the first place. Although I know it's wrong to say this in this situation, I still think that the general is really too handsome. Young and handsome, I can't see anything else now. My eyes can't move at all. I just want him to look at me. I want to be in heat. He looks so fierce. No one dares to approach him. Just look at him." Ger obviously also saw the man in the TV. It couldn't tell the difference between live and pictures, and thought it was still as usual randomly posted, looked at the silent and cold He Yun-ting, and then looked at Lin Han, who was wearing the same expression, and retracted back to his shoulders. Lin Han rubbed the soft fur on top of its head and said, "Don't be afraid." It was clear that even the official media, the people responsible for covering the live broadcast, were a bit agitated, and their initial aim was just to contact Lu Anhe without hope to see if the base might have other insights on this. After all, after such a big incident, everyone wanted to be left alone. This was something that the base couldn't possibly not understand. But not only did Lu Anhe agree to their invitation, he even let He Yun-ting himself, who never faced the media cameras, come out to respond. This was simply something that no one would have thought of before. The official media people gave a procedural introduction about the current status of V proton star and the questioning of Xu Ziyang's antigen. He Yunting's expression didn't look impatient, but it was still cold enough to reject people. When the other finally finished the previous introduction and apprehensively left time for He Yunting, Lin Han even felt that the rowdy students outside the window had quieted down a bit. There's no denying that this possibility of genetic recoil does exist on V proton. His voice was light, as if the current situation wasn't that unpromising. If someone else had opened his mouth, the reporters from the official media might have had many more questions they wanted to ask, such as the next plan, or if there were any other countermeasures. But for some reason, facing He Yunting, no one interrupted and wanted to wait for him to finish everything. But it was Professor Shu's brave attempt that led to the creation of the antigen and the possibility of making V proton star better at that time. If I were to dismiss his credit outright, then I can hardly be blamed for the ones I did before. He reached out and unconsciously touched the cold metal pattern on his cap and said, "No one could have predicted the final course of this planet, but we all worked for it. There's no success or failure in life, only desperation and recklessness." Why is every word the general says so charming? I feel like I'll believe it as long as he says it. Also, Professor Shu did save those people, let's not be so harsh on him now. But now who knows what exactly is the situation of V proton star? If it's finished, is it not a waste of effort? But the development of the antigen has really delayed V proton for such a long time. Last time when the general was misunderstood by those people, it was also Professor Shu who bravely stood up for him, so when I thought about it, I could taste a sense of camaraderie between them. He Yunting didn't seem to answer any other questions, and didn't even let Lu Anhe answer instead of him, and left without staying much longer. But a few short words were enough. In Xu Ziyang's private lab, Qi Jiamu heard a noise inside the house and hesitated for a moment before pushing the door. "Professor, are you okay?" He Yunting simply asked Qi Jiamu to ensure Xu Ziyang's safety because he was worried that someone would find the place and Qi Jiazi was also still in the lab. The image Qi Jiamu saw was a bit messy. Xu Ziyang's face wasn't good, as he powerlessly crouched on the laboratory table, with several reagent bottles broken around him. Shards of shattered smoking hot glass also littered the ground, and the center of the light screen had just finished the live news. Qi Jiamu looked at Xu Ziyang worriedly. Of course he also knew the seriousness of the matter, afraid that Xu Ziyang wouldn't be able to stand such pressure. "Professor Shu. Professor Shu." Xu Ziyang tried to exhale a breath and pinched his brow. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this." Qi Jiamu wanted to comfort him somehow, but he was also a man of few words, so he really didn't know what to say. Xu Ziyang was a bit anxious. He went up and grabbed Qi Jiamu's hand, and he was so upset that his whole body was shaking. "Jiamu, can you contact the general? I want to find him, after all." After He Yunting said those words in the first place, the malicious public opinion about Xu Ziyang would plummet. Qi Jiamu tried to comfort him. "Professor Shu, don't worry too much, the general he..." Before Qi Jiamu could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of identification coming through the lab door. Qi Jiamu obviously felt Xu Ziyang's hand holding his arm stiffen for a moment. Although he himself didn't know who was coming, he still hurriedly said, "No one will be able to find this place, don't worry. It's safe." It turned out to be someone they knew. The man who had been speaking to the camera at the base half an hour ago now appeared at the entrance to the lab, the brim of his hat hiding the expression on his face. Standing straight with a compelling majesty, Qi Jiamu breathed a sigh of relief, but He Yunting dressed so formally was rarely seen, and immediately respectfully gave him a military salute. "General." He Yunting nodded slightly in response. "General." Xu Ziyang also didn't expect him to appear here now. "Professor Shu," He Yunting answered and said, "I believe you have seen the news." I have, Xu Ziyang said hurriedly, "Thank you." "No need." Probably because He Yunting looked extraordinarily cold today, Xu Ziyang didn't say more after hearing his words. "But the matter of V proton star, keep working on a solution." He Yunting's voice was faint. "I'm here to pick you up." This time even Qi Jiamu froze for a moment. Now Xu Ziyang's residence and regular laboratory were surrounded by people, and he didn't have the condition to enter the base. Where could he be brought to? "His Majesty invites you for a meeting, I will bring you along." Chapter 104. Since it was a private meeting, the place was set in the not high-profile side hall. In contrast to He Yun-ting and Xu Xiong, who were dressed formally, the man standing in front of the window looked very casual. The political system of reverting to a binary constitutional monarchy had many drawbacks compared to the Earth era, but it was better to hold power in one's hands and develop military power faster under a unified and oppressive centralized power, which was the reason why the empire had come a long way and no one dared to mess with him. Even the side halls were decorated in a gorgeous way. The Baroque style permeated every detail, complete with stone pillars topped by golden capitals inlaid, the ceiling depicting exquisite giant paintings, white reliefs stretching down the long and magnificent corridor. Wen Zhaogui was casually draped in a velvet jacket, and his eyes fell on the extreme lines of the fountain sculpture outside the window. He had slightly long black hair. His face had a very light tiredness, abating some of the harsh taste, but still with the innate unique aura. His fingers seemed to be playing with something. The movement was leisurely and calm. When the two arrived, he withdrew his eyes, raised his hand to let the two in private occasions not have to formally salute, and sat down again. "General has worked hard." Xu Xiong responded by nodding his head in an unobtrusive and decent manner. "Don't be too formal. It's just a chat," Wen Zhao said casually, his hand still flexibly weaving the small object in and out of his fingers. "Don't have too much pressure." But after these words, he continued, "I just want to know what you two have in mind for the current situation." Although his tone was like a family conversation, the question wasn't meant to be a casual conversation at all. By the way, when Zhaogui turned to He Yun-ting, the last decision was made by the general, wasn't it? The massacre decision. According to the empire's system. Even though the general might not have as much say as the council in some aspects, fundamentally, he didn't need to cross paths with those old men who bickered all day long, because he only needed to follow the emperor's orders. Unless Wen Zhaoming's order said no, He Yun-ting didn't have his hands tied. He Yun-ting lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Yes. The last time I came back to report on my duties, I already told you the details. Including why it was decided so, instead of waiting in that place for some more time. Although it was an imperial system, a certain former emperor had abolished the title of inferiority, and everyone could call themselves I and only address those in higher positions as you, or the position." "Wow," Wen Zhaogui casually responded. But no emotion could be heard. He Yun-ting finished the rest of his words, "But your majesty, Professor Shu's serum deserves a lot of credit." Wen Zhaogui tossed the object in his hand high and caught it with precision, holding it in his palm. "Indeed. I've always wanted to meet Professor Shu in person, and this time I finally have the opportunity." He then changed topics, "But the current situation." Wen Zhaogui placed his other hand on his forehead, gently tapped his temple, and said, "The proton star is the most important to the empire out of all the planets under its jurisdiction. It's because of this that the general was directly invited to form a formation to V proton before." He Yun-ting stood up and did the most standard imperial salute. "I will redispatch the formation to the planet as quickly as possible, and this time, no matter what, it will be completely resolved. I have never doubted the general's ability." Wen Zhaogui said indifferently, "I don't take back any decision-making power. No matter what the outcome is, I believe that the general is doing his best." In the starship, Wen Zhaogui said, "General doesn't need to report to me if he uses it." He Yun-ting bowed his head in response and made no more noise. Wen Zhaogui seemed to really trust him and didn't ask He Yun-ting how he wanted to solve it, nor did he want to know. There was no possibility that V proton star would really end up with no one left, and he would still give all his trust to his most capable men. Professor Shu's case. You can decide for yourself. Wen Zhaogui said, "After all, I can't let such a pillar of academia risk his life. Professor Shu doesn't have to go." He Yun-ting rejoined, "The proton star is too dangerous, and the situation is different from last time. I may not be able to protect him. As for those doubts and abusive public opinions before, I will try my best to speak for him." Xu Xiong seemed to belatedly realize that he had to decide whether to go again so soon, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately saluted and stepped forward. "I will go with the general. There's no need to consider my safety, and I will not be reckless and impulsive like last time. Not to mention that I developed the antigen, so even if there's really an accident, the consequences should be carried by me alone." Wen Zhaogei smiled after hearing his words, "You're worthy of being a pillar of the empire." He stood up, "Since you've all made your choices, I won't interfere any further." Xu Ziong left first. He Yunting was a little late and redid the base report, before Wen Zhao waved his hand and let He Yunting leave as well. All was very casual. Anyway, they only needed to let the spokesman sort out the final results to tell the parliament and the official media, so the formalities didn't seem to be important to him. Wen Zhaogei raised his eyes, but his eyes didn't fall anywhere. He put the object in his hand back on the table. The whole body was precious and polished, and it was made of rare materials and top techniques. It turned out to be a chess piece. He Yunting didn't expect to meet someone he hadn't seen for a long time on the way back. Wen Tianyao seemed to be surprised too, but still managed to squeeze out a good smile to greet He Yunting. After the last practical training accident, for some reason, he didn't contact He Yunting much, let alone come to the base. He Yunting sidled up to let Wen Tianyao go first, and was about to leave when he saw that the deputy who always followed him originally had changed to someone else. "Your Highness the Prince." He Yunting stood in place and spoke, "Where's that deputy you had before?" Wen Tianyao turned around and looked at his new deputy, who was as puzzled as he was. "Who's general referring to?" "Shi Yuan." Wen Tianyao seemed to have not expected that the general, who had never talked much, would care about his deputy, and froze for a moment. He was transferred, and hasn't been here for a long time. So His Highness doesn't care where his former deputies have ended up. He Yunting said. "General." Wen Tianyao felt puzzled. "It's normal not to tell you about my subordinate's career transfer, right? Besides, Shi Yuan proposed it himself, so of course I won't stop it." He saw He Yunting seem to think for a moment before he said, "I see." For some reason, Wen Tianyao actually heard a hint of mockery in He Yunting's tone, which never smiled. He Yunting didn't want to say more to him. Withdrew his eyes and left. The two were summoned by the emperor, and the news that He Yunting was about to return to V Proton with Xu Ziong spread quickly. There was a lot of talk from all sides. Some prayers, some anxiety, some disillusionment, some conspiracy theories. And for a while it was impossible to tell which side had the upper hand. This time it was as sudden as the last one, and there was little time to prepare. The base seemed to have begun preparations after the V-Proton accident, reintegration of forces and personnel. The difference was that this time there was no more restriction of Xu Ziong's freedom, and he was assigned to Qi Jiamu's mecha. The reason why people feel that the Empire was real this time was that they were no longer a streamlined elite squad, but a starship that was rarely used. As in the previous practical training, the practical training was originally to experience real battles, and only when the number of people in mechs were large enough would they use warships, but this time, it wasn't only the battleship used in the training, but a huge starship that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Some people began to wonder why they needed to make it such a big deal. The results of the base directly published a partial list of many brave and skilled sergeants among the participants, not to mention the rescue team and expert group directly allocated by the Empire. The base seemed to have done everything to ensure success. Even if the accident really happened like in the practical training, the base seemed to be prepared for anything. "I'll go with you." Lin Han heard the apartment door slam and knew it was He Yunting coming back. He didn't beat around the bush. Just waited for the other party to step in the door and said it straight. He Yunting was still wearing the formal clothes he came back from Wen Zhao's place. Lin Han reached out and touched the tassel on his epaulets. He seemed to like the Empire's design on certain uniforms. "I don't see you wear it often, it's so rare." He Yunting knew that Lin Han had already made up his mind by saying this, and was just about to say something when Lin Han moved his lips and continued, "I have a work plan arranged. The research institute is still very relaxed if there are no tasks, so don't worry about me. What's more, if you use starships, I can barely be considered an expert." Lin Han said confidently. He Yunting looked down at Lin Han playing with the tassel on his shoulder. "Yes. Mr. Lin. Why are you still calling me that?" Lin Han looked up at him helplessly, but didn't get angry. "Only found He Yunting becoming more and more interesting, makes me feel quite old." Lin Han's fingers kept waving in front of He Yunting's eyes. He couldn't resist and reached out to grab his thin white wrist. He Yunting knew Lin Han could hear what he was thinking. "Have you thought about it?" Lin Han nodded. I only takes a special invitation letter from the general. He Yunting knew Lin Han's decision, then I'll ask Lu Anhei to prepare it. We have to leave the morning after tomorrow at the latest. He Yunting said, I will help you make the arrangements. One advantage of going to V Proton over the border area was that there was no need to leap, and if the transportation was a starship, it would be much faster and could be reached in a day's time. It's good, Lin Han said. To go to places I haven't been before. I will protect you. Don't worry. He Yunting leaned down to hug him, and was afraid that the shoulder patch on his chest would rub Lin Han uncomfortably, so he deliberately avoided it a little. But Lin Han didn't mind at all. Instead he tugged on his ribbon to pull him in a bit and rested his head on his shoulder patch, MN. That's what you said last time in the border area, I believe you. He Yunting froze for a moment, before stroking the other man's soft black hair. I didn't know I liked you back then. He Yunting said truthfully, or rather, didn't figure it out yet. But I just didn't want to see anything happen to you. Thinking about those that the two experienced later, Lin Han was so weak that even his mind reading disappeared, and He Yunting also had a hard time without food and water, but now when recalled, surprisingly it seemed like a long time ago, almost a blur. I won't stay on the starship this time, Lin Han said, let me have the second cockpit seat. Anyway, most of the people heading to the base, if they really didn't want to be seen. M.2742 was so big that quietly coming out of the second cockpit wouldn't draw attention. He Yunting held Lin Han's waist and said, okay. All right. You can rest here tonight and get ready tomorrow. Lin Han pushed He Yunting toward the bathroom, but thought of something and said, my bed is a little small, so you just have to make do. Lin Han unbuttoned the collar of his uniform for He Yunting one by one, and He Yunting saw Lin Han's fascinated eyes. Does Mr. Lin like this a lot? Yeah. I especially like it. Lin Han bent the tips of his eyes and replied without hesitation. I like your hat. The wind discipline buckle, the shoulder patch, the ribbon, I like all of it. Lin Han opened the delicate belt buckle on the side of He Yunting's waist and laughed. There was a feeling of holding the hero of millions of people in his arms. But he didn't say that out loud. The starship departed as scheduled. Lin Han successfully boarded the starship as part of a group of experts, but because of his different status, he didn't join He Yunting when boarding for the time being. As the starship and the mech formation were different, the trajectory of the voyage was naturally different, but for the convenience of landing, the location was chosen at Crisport. The city had already been cleaned up by the formation once before, and V Proton Star didn't have the energy to rebuild it in a short time, so it could only be left empty for the time being. But after all, Crisport was near the sea, so the circulation would be better than other cities. The starship's first landing was positioned here, and after that, it was redivided in mech formations according to various needs. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and after surveying the nearby environment, the starship was able to dock peacefully. As usual, there were a group of Pioneer small mechs used as a survey, connected to the main ship in real time, waiting for the commander to give the order to continue the next step of the plan. The small mechs in charge of the survey disembarked from the starship first, and the screen was successfully connected, so He Yunting sat in the middle and watched the current situation. Surprisingly, this place that should have become a dead city still seemed to be changing in some way. Wait a minute. Number 8775, He Yunting spoke over the public comm, naming one of the small mechs that was searching, take a step back. The other mecha was unsure and did as ordered. When the small mech's front feet moved away, everyone realized that it seemed to have stepped on a corpse. However, those who had participated in the practical training, or had seen Wen Tianyao before, couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air when they saw the person at the mech's feet. That corpse was no other than the former deputy of His Royal Highness, Shi Yuan. Chapter 105. He Yunting turned off the communicator, and looked back at Lin Han who had quietly climbed into the mecha. He also saw Shi Yuan's corpse on the ground and his expression was still calm. He even returned a gaze that He Yunting didn't have to worry about him. The last time the formation left in a hurry, not to mention that at that time the base already had little contact with Wen Tianyao, and was directly on the mecha team. Shi Yuan naturally could not go along. And it would be very difficult for ordinary people from the Empire to come to V Proton by themselves, contacting a ship that might pass by at the berth itself, it requires formalities and identity verification. Now it seemed that the job transfer, that Wen Tianyao himself said was probably an excuse for Shi Yuan to use his identity to go to V Proton again. It was just possible that there was an accident. And he himself wasn't spared in the end. He didn't appear to have been dead for too long, his clothes were torn and tattered, his limbs, especially his 10 fingers, were bloody, like he was scratching himself, even his nails were worn out. And there was more than one body lying around him. Under He Yunting's orders, the small mecha turned over another corpse with its face buried in the ground. If Shi Yuan was still only partially recognized, this time a face was revealed that almost everyone has seen. It was the teenager with the cake. His death was similar to Shi Yuan's, unknown what had happened to them while they were still alive. But the key thing was the city he was in at the time was cleaned up, and it wasn't the current Chris Port. The living man that appeared in the news not long ago had now become this. After all, this was the turning point of Xu Xiang's discovery of the serum anyway. Although everyone was now talking through the communicator, it wasn't difficult to imagine the mood of shock or confusion at this scene. Lin Han was also a bit surprised. He stood up to see He Yunting's reaction, but he could only see his partner's broad back. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Han still couldn't resist, took off his helmet, pushed open the door of the second cockpit, walked in and grabbed He Yunting's hand. He knew He Yunting would be the calmest one among all, but he still wanted to hug him. He Yunting's palm was dry, and when he saw Lin Han coming, he very gently turned his face sideways and leaned down to rub the tip of Lin Han's nose. He Yunting didn't hesitate to turn his public communicator to a private channel and contacted Xu Xiang, Professor Xu. Shi Yuan was once your student, do you remember his second gender? Xu Xiang immediately answered, it's Beta. I see. He Yunting asked no more questions and cut off the communication. He glanced down at Lin Han. The other party's expression had been calm, obviously only brought him out once, and he had never been anywhere else earlier. But it seemed like there was no hint of fear or panic in the face of the devastating scenery at the moment. Even if the person lying on the ground at this moment, once inhumanely wanted to use him as an experiment. Lin Han learned of He Yunting's emotions and took the initiative to speak, I have nothing to fear. It's just that Shi Yuan. If the mastermind of the previous incident was related to him, he naturally knew the danger of this gene to Beta, and if he had other intentions to come here, no matter what, there couldn't be no precaution at all. Instead, he was now lying here coldly. There was a moment of silence between the two men. The starship left Chris Port and docked towards Central City as well. He Yunting cut back to the public communication, after the starship docked. All mecha with the ability to move or to scatter to all cities of V Proton Star except Center City from now on and explore the current situation in as much detail as possible without mecha. Explain any new developments directly to Lieutenant Colonel Liu. For Central City, I'll go alone. Soon Xu Xiang's private channel lit up. He Yunting thought about it and clicked on it, hearing the other party's slightly anxious voice, General. I request to go to Central City with you. Xu Xiang said, you also know that the supply system of Central City is separate from the other cities, and from the previous situation. Even if the situation in other cities is serious, Central City is the only place that may not be affected. If that's the case, then there's still hope for survival, but Professor Xu, He Yunting stated calmly, after we left last time, the place has been gradually recovering, and can you be sure that no resurgent genes have invaded it? The last time you forced your way down the mecha was already an accident, this time. Although you made a promise before, I still have to defend you in principle and not let the Empire lose a professional scholar like you. There was no sound from Xu Xiang. He Yunting paused for a moment and ordered the number of the mecha Chi Jia Mu was on, you will continue to be responsible for Professor Xu's safety. Yes, the other party answered dryly. No one had any further objections, and some of the mecha had already dispersed with their orders, and the starship reignited and headed for Central City. And He Yunting clicked on the communicator, switched to a new frequency and reconnected. From the time the starship arrived at Central City and the people scattered, Lu Anhei was responsible for collecting the information obtained, and then reporting it to He Yunting through collation. There's nothing else unusual in Chris Port except for the discovery of Shi Yuan and the Beta's body. Lu Anhei said, most likely. Shi Yuan came to V Proton Star privately in the first place, perhaps to find this child. Probably thought that Professor Shu's antigen took effect, and then brought him to Crisport to prepare for transport to another place when he himself was affected. The final result is what we saw earlier. He Yunting responded, what about the other cities? The 3 cities that were cleared before have no signs of life at the moment, but the surrounding cities that were originally thought to be saved and healed. Lu Anhei's voice choked for a moment. I didn't expect the situation to be this serious. It was only a week from when the gossip spread, to when there was tangible evidence of this gene rekindling on V Proton, to when the Empire resent starships to V Proton. Progress had never been so rapid even once this situation started to appear on V Proton. The mecha in each city responsible for the mission transmitted real-time footage as if it were a purgatory, even worse than when it was infected before. The southernmost state of V Proton, Nosha, was originally the most lively place on the entire planet, and was once the most popular after the outbreak of the genetic virus because it was far from the city in question and the number of infected people was small, and the only few sick people were quickly cured after obtaining the antigen aerosol. But when Mecha came here, the lively old scene was not broken yet. The mall was still lit. The Ferris wheel in the playground was still running, and music could still be heard from somewhere on the street, but none of these were soaked in blood. These aliens no longer even had the characteristic of distinguishing between their own kind, and wouldn't see themselves as Zerg again unitedly clumped together to attack those who do not smell like them, because it seemed that in their eyes, anyone but themselves was an alien. The chance of an outbreak 100 times faster than the first genetic invasion, after accumulating a certain number of deviants, changed completely overnight. The sergeants could only speculate in their minds, through the dried blood splattered on the walls, with the stumps and unrecognizable bodies scattered on the floor, what had been experienced here. They were completely different from the last time, only hissing in an unintelligible voice, biting and attacking all life indiscriminately, until they or others fell. There was no end to it. The mecha formations occasionally encountered a few surviving aliens, the remaining winners of the struggle, but in the end, they were still monsters with human bodies. They were no longer sane, and when they saw the mecha coming, they didn't flinch in the slightest, using their tattered limbs to hit it without feeling pain, leaving a trail of blood on the cold metal. Chi Jamu's group was responsible for the farthest away from Central City, the city of ms.bei, where the land was vast and the people were sparse, and in the beginning, like the state of Nosha, was considered a relatively lightly affected city. Now it was no different from Nosha. And all the images from the formations on missions elsewhere were the same. There was no need for any rescue team. Because there was no one to rescue. Were these inhumane aliens? He Yunting got through to Chi Jamu's team. Is Professor Shu here? His eyes reflected a chilling scene passed over, his tone low. In your opinion, in this situation, is there still a need or possibility to save them? Shu Xiong didn't make a sound for a long time through the communicator, only restrained with a sad gasp. I don't mean to blame you, He Yunting said. All attempts have risks. If you didn't do so at that time, the results wouldn't change much. Don't take it personally. No need. Shu Xiong changed his breath several times and uttered 3 words with a shudder. He Yunting waited quietly for him to finish. There is no need. Shu Xiong said each word with great effort, like a self-deprecation of his own antigen. What I did didn't help at all. Omega and Beta have different physiological characteristics. What I originally thought to be effective was just an illusion. What serum? Only an ineffective medicine to delay the onset. These people can't be saved at all. They've... Shu Xiong choked for 2 seconds before continuing. I couldn't make any difference this time I came. He said, General. Give the order. Order to clean it up. I know. He Yunting replied, I've already given the order. Shu Xiong was no longer as excited as when he first came to V Proton, but just murmured. So this planet, is it? Because of this strange gene, it was almost extinct. Yes. He Yunting's voice remained calm at this moment and gave Shu Xiong a definite answer. There was no leeway left at all. Seeing Shu Xiong fall back into silence, He Yunting seemed unwilling to wait much longer and was ready to cut off the communication. Then Professor Shu will continue to proceed in this manner without any other insight. But Central City, Shu Xiong's voice raised, Central City didn't have a single case of genetic infection at that time. If Central City was properly protected, there's a possibility of survival. Central City. Hyun-ting slowed down his speech, slowly repeating those 3 words. What's the situation in Center City? After the formation clears out the rest, Professor Shu will come and see for himself. Hyun-ting didn't say it explicitly, just indifferently commented. After all the mecha executed their orders, they reapproached the starships in Central City again. Central City seemed to be the last hope for the entire V-Proton star, and although no one asked questions anymore, everyone was eager for an accident to occur. Such as seeing a Central City that wasn't yet genetically disturbed after being stained with dust and blood. They saw the starship parked on the outskirts of Central City, standing in silence. And the image they expected didn't appear. The sky was gray. And the buildings of Central City were mostly damaged, smoking with desperate smoke and depressingly overwhelming. The administrative flag of the central building fell, the government tarmac became eastward, the small mecha was damaged, and the surroundings were quiet and dreary. There were no living people and no aliens. Reality faltered and the picture tipped like the end of days. On top of this, a 2-person mecha broke into the air. It was shrouded in a low dusk, cold metal wrapped in a heavy blood color, and it moved sharply and crisply, lightsaber standing in the air, while the mecha's right arm was raised high, and in the next second, the lightsaber was sheathed. A loud roar came closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of everyone. It wasn't the first time Hyun-ting flew M.2742 in front of the sergeant, but those who had been on the base for a long time were surprised to find that M.2742 seemed different this time. It went without saying that when he used the lightsaber in the past, he didn't have the action of sheathing the sword. Not to mention the more fluid operation than in the past. Could it be that there was more than one person driving? Chapter 106. For a moment, the sergeants even wondered if there really was a second pilot on M.2742. But for so many years Hyun-ting had been a one-man pilot, not to mention a second pilot. Even if someone was really so bold to sit in that position behind Hyun-ting, it was also impossible to connect to the spiritual center. Hyun-ting's mental power level was SSS, not to mention. Who dared to climb into the general's mecha? The sergeant who had this thought immediately erased it from his mind. After the roar of M.2742 whistled, silence returned to the surroundings. The mecha from Chi Jia Mu had a communication light come on. The voice that came in was Shu Xiang's. General. Central City, is the search over? Hyun-ting didn't answer immediately, and soon the communication lights from other places also came on. Probably everyone knew that this was the last hope, even if they saw the scene in front of them, they weren't willing to give up. General. Please resume the search for signs of life in Central City. Pleading to search for remaining humans. General. One by one, the voices overlapped. Like the last reluctance coming from the formation. After all, it was the last city. And Hyun-ting couldn't prevent it falling in the end. The sergeants began to spontaneously send out their own mecha, searching with all their seriousness and energy in this otherwise modest city, probing for even a single life that might exist. Unfortunately, half a day later, when they returned, they still found nothing. After all, M.2742 had cleaned up once before, and now all that was left for them were blood-stained walls, torn clothing, and the sound of the sluggish wind. Even the bodies were disposed of cleanly. Nothing was left of the city in the end. Their location wasn't far from the original administration hall of the central city, and they could still see the corner of the building that had been damaged by mecha when they looked up. If they looked closely, they could still find the instruments that were used by the imperial official media when they took the material some time ago. But now even those who came from the empire had disappeared. The last time the formation arrived in Central City, it was clearly the only city where no one had been infected. These people, although wary of the formation, showed not a trace of malice. Later, after discovering the presence of the serum, the sergeants were regarded as life-savers. After all, they were the embodiment of honor and hope of the distant empire. Now there was no life at all. There were a few limbs scattered on the ground that were ripped off at some point, and the torn flag. A symbol of freedom and equality on V-Proton, the flagpole was also broken, contaminated with bits of dirt, telling those who saw it knew what had happened here. M.2742 stood in front of the crowd. Because the serum had failed. To ensure the safety, nobody could not directly leave their mecha, and basically had to rely on the communication between the various channels to connect. But M.2742 had a transparent pop-up capsule that allowed communication with the NCOs face-to-face without touching the ground. He Yun-ting took off his helmet and stood up to walk toward the second cockpit. "Will you wait for me here?" he said as he looked at the Omega in front of him. Lin Han sat in the driver's seat. His forehead still seeping with sweat, still looking a little tired, but his eyes were a little brighter than usual. "Yes." Neither of them spoke much, a look could explain all. He Yun-ting nodded. Was going to go over and open the capsule, thought about it. But still couldn't resist. Reached out and rubbed his thumb over Omega's somewhat sweaty face. "Are you tired?" "Yes." Lin Han curved his eyes to show him a smile. "There's General in front to lead, so I just need to assist." That said, Lin Han's spiritual power could be directly connected to the center, but still needed He Yun-ting to share a lot of pressure. And he studied mecha thoroughly, compared to the general mechanic, but with more detailed control. "Wasn't that move I just made quite handsome?" Lin Han asked in a rare and childish manner. He was referring to the action of the sword. He had to operate the mecha, like a real warrior, and sheathe the blood-stained blade to complete the whole ritual. After all, what he once couldn't do no matter how hard he tried, he now could finally achieve with the assistance of another person, and he didn't want to waste any moment. "MN." He Yun-ting gave an unstinting affirmation. He Yun-ting looked down at him, still with some very faint guilt in his eyes, then. "I'm going out." After all, the reason Lu Anhei called the institute was because the starship was deployed and the number of mecha was large, so a professional mecha division was needed to assist with the trip, and as a result, the expert who should have stayed on the starship on standby at the moment quietly climbed into the main general's mecha, and also followed along as a mechanic. The institute put you over when it was estimated that you couldn't think of the current situation. He Yun-ting seemed to be still guilty of not being able to disclose Lin Han's identity. "It makes no difference," Lin Han reassured. "I'm not only accompanying you now." He reached out and pushed He Yun-ting's shoulder. "Okay. I won't bother you anymore, you go ahead." He Yun-ting nodded, but finally leaned over and kissed the other man's lips very lightly, as Lin Han had done countless times with his eyes expectantly on his parting kiss. "It won't be long," he said. Mr. Lin cannot be wronged. When He Yun-ting stepped out inside the capsule, the mecha formations in front of him had been rearranged by number, and no one spoke. Quietly looking at the cold face of the main general in the capsule. "Report the status of the cities." They had re-experienced 3 days that were even more upsetting than the last massacre. The cities they passed through were completely lifeless, and instead of watching these unhinged aliens kill each other, the roar of various advanced weapons inside the mecha seemed to be their final anthem. No survivors. No signs of life in Crisport. No survivors. No signs of life in Mixiri. Nosha State. No survivors, no signs of life. Fort Minza. No survivors, no signs of life. When everyone had finished reporting, the message in the communicator already represented the end of the moment. He Yun-ting's blue eyes were icy cold as he spoke. Central City. No survivors, no signs of life. All mecha fell into silence. No one added anything to the report, and no more scholars who didn't see the situation reappeared, saying that the planet could still be saved and would want to make an attempt regardless of their own safety. The sky and the earth were quiet, but it was as if they were filled with sobs that humans couldn't capture. Everyone's heart was silently thinking. Will V-Proton still exist? Will anyone remember this tiny, insignificant planet where only betas lived? It wasn't technologically advanced, even the mecha were only equal in size, and couldn't have been in any of the interstellar battles. Its people didn't seem to have many planets to go to, and only wanted their own little planet to live on. They haven't traveled much farther than their own cities, and may spend their entire lives spinning their wheels. But it was more moderate and egalitarian than on a wide variety of countries and planets. A small mecha was enough to keep order on V-Proton, and they didn't have great experts or scholars, but they felt good about it. The people weren't rich but stable, living in peace, not fighting or fighting, slow but leisurely. But now it has completely disappeared because of an untimely disaster. The formation had begun to return to the starship in order, just waiting for the inventory to be completed, then return to the Empire. The gray and decrepit administrative buildings of Central City were their parting set, and the gloomy and bloody sky was bidding them farewell. They came and went in a hurry. Back to their developed and upwardly mobile prosperous planet. At that moment the public communication channel lit up. The voice of their Master General came over it. It will exist. And there will be people who remember. But how will it exist, and who will remember? No one could answer that. By the time all the mecha had returned to their stations, the capsule pod of M.2742 had been stowed. The starship began to set sail, and when they had left the blood-heavy air, the crowd was finally able to step out of the mecha and back onto the starship. They saw their Lord General exchanging something with his adjutant, while not far away on one side sat a youth. The young man was quiet, recording something with his light brain. His face was handsome and soft, his black hair was soft and gentle. And he should have been out of place on a starship with steel sergeants coming and going, but those who saw him didn't feel he was out of place. Some of the sergeants had an impression of him, as if he had come here to ensure that the mecha was running, but no one expected V-Proton to be in this condition, so none of them had the opportunity to use it. Everyone speculated that it seemed to be alone on the starship for 3 days. But the youth seemed to have been very calm, without any complaints. Occasionally looking up to say a word or two to Lu Anhei, with gentle and decent movements and manners. Xu Ziyang, on the other hand, had been silent since he got on the starship. At first he would grab Qi Jiamu and keep asking him about his brother's situation, afraid that the ending would be the same as these people now. But Qi Jia's situation kept getting better and there was no sign of rebound, which made him quiet again. And then stopped talking. They came in a big way. And the big starship seemed to be too big for its own good. After all, it was only a clean up. The scene originally imagined wouldn't happen at all. The research had no clue. The antigen that worked on the Omega was completely ineffective, and even if Xu Ziyang had come back from V-Proton for the first time and redone the new research, it wouldn't have prevented what was happening now. Who was responsible for the demise of a planet? One could imagine the disappointment and shock of the entire empire's people upon arrival at the core, and even the panic of a certain gender. But now that the original Thought Master Messenger has been buried here together, was it a problem within the country? Or had something quietly changed? As the starship moved forward, the surroundings gradually sank into darkness. Only when most of the sergeants had gone back to rest did He Yun-Ting feel a rattling from the door of the command room, and Lin Han pushed the door in. He Yun-Ting was still staring at the split screen and communication monitoring, and only when he saw him coming did his eyebrows soften a bit. Why don't you go to sleep? Lin Han closed the door of the command room and came over. You didn't sleep either. He Yun-Ting said, Mr. Lin and I are different, but after meeting Lin Han's eyes, he sighed in his heart and didn't say anything more, but simply reached out and took him into his arms. Aren't you tired? The starship also had a complete lifestyle system, and He Yun-Ting smelled a bit of very refreshing vapor on Lin Han. You already asked me today. Lin Han lifted his head in his arms. General is really talking more and more. He Yun-Ting was interrupted by Lin Han before he had a chance to speak. But it's nice. Lin Han reached out and pushed He Yun-Ting into a chair, sitting himself face to face on his lap, wrapping his arms around his neck and resting his head on his shoulder, giving He Yun-Ting a rare bit of warmth. He picked up some worry and unease. What's wrong? Lin Han asked. Something's not quite right, He Yun-Ting said very briefly. It's because of the public opinion of going back, I guess. No matter what. A planet that suddenly died out in a non-war situation, there was no one who wouldn't be shocked. Yes. And no. He Yun-Ting looked at the porthole. This is different from the public opinion of the last 2 times. Everyone's eyes will be on V-Proton, and coincidentally, what caused its demise happened to be the genes of the Zerg race. There was a hint of it in the last practical training. Shi Yuan must have done something, but this won't be the last time. He Yun-Ting's voice cooled down. Lin Han sensed the change in his mood, but remained silent, and just patted his back slowly, and put out a little more soothing pheromone. Since you've thought of this place, you must know what to do. Lin Han saw that He Yun-Ting had cut the communication channel back to the Imperial base and began to issue instructions in a concise manner. All active duty sergeants at the base made wartime preparations, upgraded the mecha defense system, and opened the defense barriers in each district. But due to the time difference, some of the city defense forces that weren't under the jurisdiction of the base didn't respond immediately. The city defense force was considered the emperor's troops assigned to Wen Tianyao for training, so He Yunting wouldn't interfere. Because in recent years the bulk of the military rule was in the hands of He Yunting, and that small part of the guards handed to Wen Tianyao was considered harmless. But he didn't expect the city defense army to be so negligent that even the communication couldn't be connected immediately. He Yunting left a message with instructions, and also ordered other base personnel to re-notify the city defense forces to reinforce the magnetic signal of the leap point. When he finished everything, he found that the person who was lying on his shoulder and said he wasn't tired at all was asleep. Lin Han's sleeping appearance was very good. Even his breathing was very light. His hands still maintained the position of holding He Yunting, and his whole body and mind subconsciously wanted to be close and dependent. He didn't know if Lin Han could read his worries in his dream, such as how the late response of the city defense army was now and whether they would listen to orders seriously. But He Yunting still couldn't move for fear of waking up his Omega. He maintained this position and hugged him quietly all night long. A day later, the starship was about to arrive. Not only the Empire, but the whole surrounding galaxy was shocked by the news that the failed gene fusion had destroyed a small planet that should have survived peacefully, or a planet under the Empire's jurisdiction. Not to mention the fact that it was to no avail after the Empire had sent formations twice. The source of the genes couldn't be found. It wasn't clear when the experiments began, and even the Parliament brought the matter to the surface, and the insinuation was debated all day. The main peace faction was outraged that this was a conspiracy of the main war faction, while the main war faction of Roche sneered and said that the other side couldn't get the evidence and blindly spouted blood. The news all day long, in addition to reporting on the parliamentary debate, was a variety of analysis of V-Proton, discussing whether such a disaster will be replicated, and whether it would affect other unrelated planets. Since it wasn't really a war, the starship would also dock directly, not going through Central Park as it did last time, but directly back to base. Lin Han woke up to the roar of the impending landing and found himself still being held by He Yunting. He was a little embarrassed that he had fallen asleep without listening to He Yunting's words yesterday, and had just rubbed his eyes to get off him. Last night Lin Han couldn't finish the sentence completely. A sharp and shrill alarm suddenly cut through everyone's eardrums. After the first alarm sounded, the red alarm lights in all areas of the starship suddenly lit up. The long and sharp sound hovered in the air. Lin Han stood up sharply, looking around in shock, and turned his head to see He Yunting's cold and unsurprised expression. This is... He suddenly remembered what He Yunting had told him last night. In the flashing red light and the overwhelming sound of the alarm, all the screens on the starship flashed silently at the same time. At the same time, together with the flashing, the City Defense Forces network defense line was suddenly breached. The TV news, the light brain browser, and the light screen on the craft, the big screen in the civilian area. They were still immersed in the news of V-Proton's destruction, not knowing what had happened, until a giant sandworm suddenly appeared on all the screens. The scream and hiss of the sandworm sounded at the same time. Its greenish skin oozed pus. Its tentacles and sharp mouthparts looked horrible due to excessive enlargement, and the cold and eerie light spread over its limbs, chilling. The next second, the growth of hard black spikes of horrible limbs viciously swung towards people, as if it could cross the signal. Viciously broke the light screen, piercing all the people who saw this frame. What V-Proton? What out-of-reach planet of betas? This was their near and inescapable disaster. Chapter 107. This wasn't the first time Lin Han saw He Yunting angry. The first time he saw He Yunting get angry was when he was slandered by countless people who didn't know the truth, and he remained calm when Xu Xiong forced his way down the mecha without listening to the advice. Although now He Yunting's expression didn't look very different from the old days, his thin cold lips pursed up and the fingers tightened, revealing the owner's emotions. An angry alpha caused the air around them to become tense, and even more pheromones with fury might leak out. Lin Han barely felt this horrible atmosphere. The other seemed to realize this, quickly put that oppressive feeling away, looked up at Lin Han and said, "Don't be afraid." But he still had anger. Fortunately, the military deployment of the base accounted for the bulk of the deployment. Even if the city defense forces didn't listen to orders, the Zerg could at most break through the outer communication city defense. The main star should be safe. But the Zerg attacked, so the intention was clear. They didn't know if it was from the influence of V-Proton or someone else's collaboration, but this time, They had completely exposed all their ambitions to the people, and neither side was likely to back off again. After the starship is parked, all past sergeants return to their Mecca. And people who have nothing to do with the base are to be arranged to be sent back to the appropriate place. Declaring martial law. Wait for my order. Hyunting's eyes were cold, but he didn't hesitate to open the communicator to switch channels, then slowly spoke. Receive, City, Defense, Army. The leader of the City Defense Army was Shuan, one of Wen Tianyao's men, who had also participated in the base pilot selection. At that time, he was deducted all his personal points before the 4th round of practical training because of various details, and wasn't able to participate in the final practical training, and naturally wasn't able to join the base. Fortunately, his physique and pheromones were considered good, so he turned to the next best thing and joined the City Defense Army. Although he could only drive the lower level and performance of the defense function mecha, he could still move up the ladder based on his skills. Furthermore, after Wen Tianyao took over the City Defense Army, he could finally also sit in a higher position. Shuan knew that his strength to enter the base was actually more than enough, but his dignity made him feel that the base not wanting him was their loss, and he didn't want to start over. So he had some feelings about the base. This emotion was partly tinged with disdain, and the other part had a deep-rooted fear of Hyunting. Therefore, after the successful connection, even though Shuan reminded himself that he was not the same soldier with nothing now, his voice was still shaking when he saw the communication from the general and connected. Hyunting's voice hasn't changed a bit from back then, and Shuan, knowing that he was at a disadvantage, put up a lot of courage before pretending to speak calmly. General, what were you doing 10 hours ago? Shuan was asked this question. It was reasonable to say that when he was in this position, other people would at least respectfully call him by his rank, or even, you, but only Hyunting ignored everything and questioned him unceremoniously. Fortunately, there was no video communication, which Shuan was thankful for. Otherwise at this moment his red face would be exposed again without dignity in the eyes of that emotionless general, like many years ago. Yesterday, it happened to be his men's shift, originally in the Empire. No matter what type of military, even if only responsible for civilian areas of the civilian guard, there was 24-hour duty to prevent accidents. The city guard, no matter what, was stationed at the edge of the core area, and it was reasonable to say that there could never be a non-response. Shuan gritted his teeth and explained, we didn't intentionally go AWOL. Hyunting didn't interrupt him and let him continue. This kind of unanswered silence always made people more flustered, but Shuan stiffened his head and continued, it was His Majesty the Prince who consented. Quote, it was His Majesty the Prince, he personally came to the camp 2 days ago to console us, saying that the situation's been stable recently, and also told us to be careful not to tire ourselves out. Shuan stumbled over his words, always fearful of Hyunting, but he was a sincere follower of Wen Tianyao. The base's training for the sergeants was always so tough that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and even though the general's adjutant looked kind, he was just as bad to talk to as his main general. Shuan had always felt that since his pheromone was better than the average person, he shouldn't suffer the same painful and heavy training as the average person. Wen Tianyao was different. He was the prince of the empire, but never liked Hyunting's cold face. He would visit the city's defense forces without any pretensions, speaking with everyone equally and saying that they were all the hope of the empire and that it was important to take care of themselves. The other day was the day Hyunting and Shu Xiong left Wen Zhaoge. And Wen Tianyao came to him again. He first talked about V Proton and mentioned that he was worried about his only direct city defense force, instructing the soldiers to be sure to pay attention to recent movements, and if they were tired, they shouldn't push themselves, their health was most important. His men were used to being scattered, just in time to hear him say so. The previous night when the starship communication took over, he lapsed into sleep, and naturally didn't strengthen precautions at the base. It was only now that they woke up with a start that they found the network defenses had been breached and the terrifying giant sandworm had appeared on everyone's screens. General, Shuan wiped a handful of sweat, wondering why he was still so nervous, but explained, we'll hurry to fix the defense system, and the rest. Shut up. But Shuan didn't expect that the other didn't want to hear a word of his explanation and remedy, and simply hung up the communication. Only Shuan was left alone in a cold sweat in the command room of the city defense department that was flashing with cold light and horrible images. Lin Han looked at He Yunting's face and wanted to say something, but felt that the other side understood everything and there was no need. He saw He Yunting sigh. "All let. No need to call someone to send me back." Lin Han didn't need to read his mind to know what He Yunting wanted to say and interrupted him. "Don't waste any troops for me." Even if Shuan was stupid, he wouldn't be slacking off now. He must be rushing to rebuild the defense system. Lin Han helped He Yunting analyze. "I know you definitely don't have time to go to the Emperor to reclaim your orders now, and he will definitely hand over the command to you. Then where's the most important place you should go now?" "The P-zone berth," He Yunting said. "The border area is too far away and we need to leap, but even if there's Zerg now, it's too late. And the other side has dared to be so bold, even if a large force hasn't landed already, they definitely don't care about the border area with little population. But the berth must be the first place where the Herald Zerg arrived. If he could stop the arriving Herald troops there, he could at least buy more preparation time for the next battle." He Yunting began to contact Lu Anhe to issue their respective missions. And Lin Han waited quietly in place until the other had arranged the formations and the follow-up supply and recharge logistics had been set in motion before continuing. "Then I will also go to the berth. I have enough nutrients, so I'll be in the Mecca, right behind you. Isn't it safer than me going back to the institute or back to my apartment?" The corners of He Yunting's mouth tensed as he looked deeply at him. Lin Han met his gaze without dodging. "From now on, I'm also at your disposal, I'm also your sergeant." He Yunting knew he couldn't persuade him, and finally lost to Lin Han's gaze. He strongly held Lin Han in his arms and rubbed his soft hair with one hand. Lin Han felt the other man's heartbeat and gradually calmed down his anger, and after a moment, it was replaced by a kind of brief tenderness under such urgent conditions. "The flying machine responsible for escorting the experts has already left," He Yunting said. "I know. General, everyone will see, or hear, this war. And will also see my Mecca." He Yunting's voice became lower and lower. "Lin Han," the force in his arms increased, "do you know what this decision means?" "I'm okay with it." Lin Han curled his eyes and smiled, not deliberately releasing the pheromone, but still strangely soothing the uneasiness in He Yunting's heart. His tone was light and soft. "So I'm Mrs. General, MN." He didn't expect He Yunting to really answer seriously. Then after this matter is over, Mr. Lin and I will get married. Even though Lin Han was used to hearing He Yunting's inner thoughts from time to time, he was still stunned at these abrupt words. After a short period of blankness, Lin Han felt his heartbeat overlap with the other man's, like the nebula that stunned the entire universe, and like the star of enlightenment that cracked open the fog and dispelled the darkness. "Okay," he said. "I promise." The first mecha formation led by M.2742 was the first to arrive at the berth in the P-zone. Even at full speed, the communication connecting the berth was broken while they were on their way, and it was clear that it had been hit. Although it was impossible to predict whether the pace of Zerg arrival would be later if the city defense forces had strengthened the outer defenses, at least now. No one across the empire cared about the ordinary planet that no longer existed, and those who were less courageous had begun to hold their heads and scream at the top of their lungs, and some even began to count their valuable things at home. Others began to run to the Galactic Exhibition Hall, scrambling to retrieve their most valuable belongings. This message gave a sense of crisis that was hard to name. Fortunately, the core area was in order. In this forced breach of the video infestation of the Empire was urgently repaired in less than an hour. Although people on the streets and at home were in shock, the news had begun to broadcast reassuring information, and people were instructed according to the different circumstances of each district. The first formation had no time for this now. When they arrived at the mouth of the berth 3 hours later, the picture before them was already somewhat more than they could have imagined. "Boss," Lu Anhe sucked in a breath over the communicator. They expected that there would be Zerg coming, but they didn't expect the first batch of pioneer troops to reach this number. The Zerg naturally had their own transportation. Long evolution had made them split into different races, one of them could break the gravity limit. Although their attack power wasn't as good as the others, but when overlapped in layers, they could be used as Zerg transport and leap, airship. The Zerg, called giant black arrow ants, destroyed some of the civilian mecha that had been parked at the berth, and the pioneer steel beetles came out of their hulls. In front of them was a swarm of giant creatures that had already begun to tear and destroy at the berth. The roar of the mecha soon drew the attention of these Zerg. After a brief pause, the leader, a giant 8-legged steel beetle with compound eyes, let out a scream that was indistinguishable from the frequency of the human ear. The next moment, all the accompanying steel beetles that were still roaming aimlessly reacted and took one step towards their enemy. Lu Anhe, prepare. The others will retreat one after another. Yes. Boom. As soon as the words fell over the comms, one of the steel beetles hissed and lifted one of the civilian mecha they had destroyed directly with two of its limbs and hurled it viciously at the formation. The wrecked steel broke through the air, and some small craft were overturned by this shockwave, and the moment it landed, the remaining engines and metal roared violently, exploding in 1,000 flames at first, shattering in front of the mecha. At the same time, Aegis suddenly started its engine, accelerated to the front of everyone, and the next second fell from the sky, unfolding a huge light shield, blocking out the entire shock wave. Energy storage is complete. Don't worry, Lu Anhe said in the communicator. Aegis raised its mech arms, held both hands in a fist, crossed and raised in front of him, while one leg was bent at the knee in defense. Whether it was the pilot inside or the mech outside, it was as if they were gritting their teeth and holding on for dear life against all damage. Aegis cut to defensive form when the weapon system wasn't as complete as the other mecha, but the range was extremely wide. A few steel beetles seemed to have waited for this meaningless to chase defense, suddenly swarmed without any pattern, screaming upward with limbs harder than steel, and kept crashing into the light shield formed by Aegis. Under the bang sounds, near the mouth of the berth can no longer withstand such a big impact. The ground crumbled and broke, and again raised the sky of dust and sand, flooding all sight. Aegis defended while fighting and retreating, raising his shield, the symbol of the most solid defense, with absolutely calm composure, barring every attack from outside one after the other. The steel beetle was still approaching. The head of the insect tilted its head, storing up a moment, trying to use its hardest back armor to ram a gaping hole into the shield of light. Under the tight shield, M.2742 rose up in the air and plummeted down again. The steel beetle naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and all the members of the mecha were so excited to see this as if they were throwing themselves into the net that all their compound eyes were glowing red, and they swarmed on them. After a loud sound, M.2742 curled its knees slightly, fluidly avoiding the bulky attack, leaning back its body, doing a backflip in a smooth manner, and then landing steadily on the ground. In the next second, all the weapon systems around its body were activated, and the particle cannon, which was 100 times stronger than Aegis, had already finished storing energy, and all the exposed, weak points, became its breakthroughs, which were ruthlessly blown up with the magnetic rail cannon. The sky erupted with purple brilliant light. The steel beetles were unable to block this attack, and were trying to resist when they were cut off by the lightsaber that M.2742 pulled out at some point. Boss. Now, the other mecha began to move again, targeting the steel beetles that had already been attacked in one wave, while M.2742 charged straight at the leader, the Alpha. Momentarily unaware, quickly protected its weaker abdomen and was just about to regain the air, when it yelled out in fear. M.2742 had already rushed in front of it. Boom. The close-range explosion made even the hardened steel beetle powerless to fight, but at that moment M.2742 put away the particle stream and magnetic rail cannon. The mecha's left arm reached out and viciously grabbed its throat with its 5 metal fingers, pinning it to the ground, while his right arm clenched its 5 fingers into a fist, striking the leader's head continuously without mercy. Punch after punch. Heavy and dull sound echoed throughout the berth. The sound of metal breaking wind, sharp fire mixed with the pus and blood of the steel beetle leader by heavy punches, all fell on the cold metal shell. The sky at the mouth of the berth was dyed scarlet at the moment, with a strong metallic smell. Defeat the leader, and the rest of the problem becomes less tricky. The steel beetle wasn't a high-level Zerg after all, so after the loss of their leader, they began to resist in panic, but were no match for the formation. The battle came swiftly and ended crisply. After half a day, the entire berth was filled with the steel beetle's broken limbs, pus and white pulpy brains, damaged mecha, and metal fires. Take a break and check the mecha for damage. The voice of the general came from the communicator. Although there were no casualties, the mecha was still damaged to varying degrees. The pilot stepped down from the mecha and began to observe the damage according to the information fed back from the internal system. A few sergeants who had been on many expeditions with He Yun-ting came together and talked about the mecha while talking about the battle they had just fought. Do you feel that today M.2742 was extraordinarily different? I can't say where it's different, but it just feels different everywhere. It's too fluid and too dazzling. They thought of this word in unison. After all, M.2742 was the general's mecha. And it was clearly driven by one person but drove with the verve of a double. They couldn't say anything else but admiration. The two men changed the subject and began discussing the damage to the mecha, with one of them looking at the data on the optical brain, but there seems to be a problem with the cooling system of my mecha. It probably just overheated and didn't cool down. Mine too. As the two pilots spoke, they unknowingly walked over to M.2742. As they were saying, maybe we should go back and fix it, they were suddenly interrupted. What's wrong with it? I'll take a look. To everyone's surprise, there was another voice on M.2742. Everyone froze except Lu Anhei. How could there be a second person? A second pilot? Everyone tilted their heads and saw a figure with a helmet step out of the second cockpit in the metallic and bloody dusk of the berth. He came against the light in the burning flames. His back straight. His figure lean. In the next moment, his helmet was removed, revealing a handsome and gentle face. The youth stood on mecha arm bent eyes, the sunset stained his eyelashes, making his eyes glitter. He smiled lightly and spoke, "Do you need help?" Chapter 108. Lin Han's face still looked a little white, obviously the result of some mental energy loss. But he was in good spirits, and his smile was radiant. Not only the two people in front of him, but also the sergeants who were doing other things, their eyes were all turned over. Some of them weren't unfamiliar with the young man in front of them, the youngest mecha master who had been specially invited during the practical training. But the difference between a mecha master and a pilot was too great, how could? And what was more? It was the Lord General's mecha. The answer was clear to everyone. Lin Han was very straightforward. He couldn't stay in the greenhouse forever like a fragile porcelain, passively hearing the battle reports from his colleagues' mouths or communicators and remaining indifferent. At the time of their confession, there was no turning back, and then there was nothing to fear. At that time Lin Han stepped into the second cockpit with determination, and lightly connected to the mental power center, and had a sudden thought. He opened the communication with the first cockpit, and with the system beep he had customized, he opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin loves you forever." Lin Han knocked on the transparent divider door with his hand and intoned briskly, "Please instruct." He was just the right distance from He Yun-ting, and the other didn't speak for a minute. Lin Han knew that when He Yun-ting spoke again, he would definitely understand all his thoughts. Sure enough. A few moments later, Lin Han heard an imperceptible, light laugh. Even though he couldn't see the other's face at this moment, he could still imagine He Yun-ting's expression. The corners of his lips, always cold and hard, would curl up slightly, like snow melting in early spring. Those eyes must have been filled with a tenderness that only he could hold in his own hands, just by bending down slightly. He could touch them with his hands. "Mr. Lin isn't afraid of these zergs?" He Yun-ting asked him. It was obvious that he was an Omega, and his physique was so poor that he needed nutrients to maintain it, clearly clean as the clearest cloud in the sky, untouched by anything. And yet it always had supreme courage. "I'm fine." Lin Han recalled the previous situation in the border area and said truthfully, "Nothing special. It's just that compared to their ugly appearance," Lin Han's voice sank a bit, falling into some teenager's pure and timid smile, "I want cranberries to come alive more." He had been left in the border area as the cruelest victim, and soon after his accident, there was a Zerg attack. It was hard not to think of the relationship between the two. But no matter what, his smile and his heart were finally stripped away without mercy. "Got it." He Yun-ting gripped the joystick with his hand, inclined his head and asked, "How does Mr. Lin want to fight?" He had recovered his memory. And now that the two were communicating through the door, He Yun-ting couldn't help but recall how he had met him many years ago. It was when he had just joined the army and had to return for some procedures to be handed over, and he saw the situation when he passed by the mecha training room one night. He heard a small sound. And when he got closer, he saw that the young man with the gentle smile in the auditorium was now sitting alone in the mecha practice room, but the smile that had touched his heart was nowhere to be seen, and there was only frustration in his eyes. There was a fine sweat on his forehead, his hands were covered with some machine oil, and he pursed his lips as if he was very upset. Hyun-ting saw him climbing back on the practice mecha prepared for the new students. He was familiar with these mecha. They couldn't be manipulated with mental power like the mecha officially put into battle, and were specially used to test the body of the pilot. In other words, this kind of pilot couldn't operate it, let alone other training models. It looked like the teenager was trying really hard, but judging from his unsteady breathing and lost expression, it seemed that he couldn't even drive such a basic mecha. Hyun-ting should have left soon, but ended up standing somewhere not far away, silently staying in place. He seemed to have been waiting until the teenager slumped his shoulders, full of gloom, and finally looked back at the large iron shell in front of him, very slowly squatting down. Hyun-ting saw that the teenager's shoulders were excessively thin, as if the night breeze was a little deeper and thicker, it would be able to integrate him into it as well. He saw the teenager turn off the lights and bury his face in the arms that were crossed in front of him. His shoulders didn't shrug, so he shouldn't be crying. But Hyun-ting just felt that he should be cold and should need a jacket. A little bit was good. It was a precious warmth. At that time he didn't step forward in the end. But fortunately, Hyun-ting pulled back from the memories, the teenager became a young man, still warm and gentle. And he could finally accompany him to fulfill a dream. In Lin Han's field of vision, when Hyun-ting moved, it was just enough for him to see the other party's silver hair on his forehead, the bridge of his nose, and the no longer cold lips that he had kissed a million times. Lin Han didn't know what Hyun-ting was thinking at the moment, but he still raised his voice with a sharpness and excitement that he never had before. Be ruthless. To be ruthless, and to be handsome. To throw the leader's head high and then drop it heavily, to chisel open the foul-smelling abdomen and brain one by one, to pay back the lives of the soldiers in the border area one by one, and to destroy the leap point that will never be retaken. Okay, Hyun-ting answered dryly, then I'll transfer the arsenal, pulled the accumulation value to the maximum, and raise the straight line distance to the highest. I'll control the key parts. Mr. Lin is just responsible for the mental connection, Hyun-ting said, while turning his face back to stare earnestly at the screen in front of him again. Aegis began to block thousands of attacks in front of them, while M.2742 leapt up under the operation of the two men. As the mecha flew to its highest point, Lin Han heard a voice over the communicator, Mr. Lin. Enjoy yourself. Lin Han then also curled his lips, thank you General for your company. Now facing the people in front of him who were obviously still surprised, Lin Han tossed his helmet vainly in the air and caught it again steadily, holding the elevator to get down from the mecha. Where's the problem? The sergeant was stunned for a while before he responded with embarrassment, knowing that this was an expert in repair. He hurriedly scratched his head and told him about the mecha. Simple. The stuff in your spare box will fix it. Lin Han's brow didn't wrinkle as he jumped down from the elevator. The wind was still filled with the fishy and unpleasant smell of Zerg blood. Surrounded by soldiers still clearing the battlefield, this time coming with a more than ordinary pioneer force, fortunately arriving just in time before more of the other side could land. But everyone knew this was just the beginning. The leap point in the border area had been blown up, so from today onwards, all the next births had to be alerted. The Zerg's character had always been brutal and straightforward, as long as they started. It was unlikely they'd stop. Lin Han quickly took care of the sergeant's mecha and returned the keys to the other man. Some simply cast curious glances directly, while others were surreptitiously gawking. He faced the others matter-of-factly, does anyone else need help? Lin Han waited for a while, giving the sergeants ample time to accept and digest. Finally, a braver soldier took a step closer. So, what's your relationship with the general? Although the guess in his mind was probably the answer, someone wanted to know some definite information. He was about to speak when a voice came in on his private communicator, Lin Han. I'm ready to go back. I'm coming, Lin Han answered. The soldier saw Lin Han hang up the communication, smiled at them and answered the question everyone was curious about before, guess. When the youth smiled, his eyes unconsciously curled up. And his eyes were instantly filled with bright warmth, and a little tenderness flowed out with a little bit of slightly drooping eyes. No denial. Which was a disguised affirmation of what they thought in their minds. They coincidentally thought of the situation just now. The huge mecha pinned the Steel Beetle's leader to the ground, hammering down with hard fist after hard fist, mixing with splashes of blood and sickening tissues, and collecting the heat at the end. Weapons. With the hardest metal and fists to crush each other. And one of the men piloting it stood before their eyes, smiling. So the Omega's mental power can also be concentrated to this extent. Someone was the first to take off his military cap, stood up straight and called out, "Mr. Lin." Lin Han turned around and saw that all of He Yunting's non-commissioned officers stopped what they were doing, neatly took off their hats, and gently clenched their right hands into fists against their hearts and gave him a standard military salute. Lin Han was still stunned when he saw this scene. Everyone knew that the base sergeant was always the toughest troops in the Empire, chosen by extremely harsh screening conditions, with the intensity of training that ordinary people simply couldn't even think about, all on the shoulders of these young people. The core of the pampered people sometimes questioned whether this high training load was necessary, and speculated whether the non-commissioned officers would complain about the overly strict standards of their masters. But not now. Lin Han's heart felt like it had been pinched very lightly and was a little sore. He wasn't a soldier. Nor was he a royal. But he was now receiving the salute from the sergeants. Lin Han also stood still, bowed deeply to all of them, and said thank you in his heart. "Boss," Lu Anhe began to report the progress, "this side is cleared. According to the current situation, there's no possibility that the other side will regroup and land at this berth in a short time. But the last V-Proton incident hasn't been reported, plus this time the situation is urgent. And His Majesty said that you don't need to come down from the front line to personally debrief. At least one person should go over to sit in the council to listen, and report the official results of V-Proton and the handling of the situation." Lu Anhe said, "Then I'll go. Should return the next day." Lu Anhe was, after all, his most trusted adjutant, and handled things properly. It was just that in this situation, it was best for both of them to work together at the front. He Yunting hesitated for a moment and was about to agree, but Lin Han guessed the reason for his hesitation and suddenly said, "Any ideas?" Lu Anhe was stunned for a moment to understand Lin Han's meaning. Either someone from the army or an expert who participated in the trip, originally considered whether to let Professor Shu go. But now the communication at the berth that was destroyed by that group of steel beetles is still being repaired, so I temporarily didn't contact him. "Then I'll go," Lin Han said. "Mr. Lin. It's not that I don't think you're suitable, mainly because this time there's still that group of old guys from the council, maybe they'll quarrel in the hall again as they do most of the day, I'm afraid you can't stay." Lu Anhe remembered that that group of people felt that they were big shots. But the situation now. Obviously you staying with the general is more convenient. Lin Han's voice was calm, "The situation is special. And we don't want anything bad to happen." Lu Anhe still felt wrong and wanted to say something more, after all. He knew how important Lin Han was to his boss, and was worried that he couldn't handle such tedious matters, but let him go. Instead, it was He Yunting who spoke first. He knew he couldn't argue with Lin Han, and he knew he was thinking of him, so he agreed. "Just pick him up when the debriefing is over." Lu Anhe didn't expect He Yunting to be willing to let him go, and was a bit surprised. "Okay." Finally the current formation followed the Lord General to the nearest place to resupply, while Lin Han followed the sergeant from earlier and rode back to the corps. He just didn't expect that Wen Zhaoge would come personally for this council discussion. This was Lin Han's first time meeting the Emperor of the Empire. Compared to the last time in the side hall, this time Wen Zhaoge was dressed more formally. His inner shirt was sewn with golden silk thread in rows of Napoleon buttons, while his overcoat was almost a military-like dress, with a cape wrapped around his left shoulder and pinned with a delicate rose and a cluster of magnificent black feathers. He held in his hand a chess piece carved in white jade. And after all of them saluted respectfully, he waved his hand slightly, "I'll just come and listen casually, don't worry about me." General didn't make it over, did he? Wen Zhaoge folded his hands and propped them up on his jaw, glancing down at the semicircle of council seats seemingly at random, so the person who came to represent him this time is Lieutenant Colonel Lu. Your Majesty. Lin Han saluted, introduced himself, and stood up from his position. Lieutenant Colonel Liu was unable to get away from the front line, and I'm also one of the V-Proton Star entourage and have personally participated in the cleanup, so I have come to report. He was a little far away from Wen Zhaoge, but he could still feel the other party's sharp black eyes falling on him, full of inquiry. After all, he was the youngest mecha master. Some of the people present had heard his name, but they didn't expect it to be a lean young man. What was more, he said before that he had piloted the general's mecha. Can an Omega also drive a mecha? Or He Yunting's M.2742? That would be Mr. Lin. Wen Zhaoge, however, didn't ask why he could drive with He Yunting, but only spoke indifferently, tell me. For a while not only Wen Zhaoge's, but everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Han, however, seemed to be unable to feel this pressure, and without looking away, calmly outlined everything that had happened on V-Proton in the most concise way, and finally concluded in a calm tone. Absolutely no signs of life in all associated cities, including Central City. Or rather, now there is no V-Proton anymore. As for the birth, the frontline communications were quickly repaired and have successfully stopped the Herald forces from landing. Everyone will be able to see it in time. So I don't need to elaborate. Someone asked a few more questions, and Lin Han responded. Mr. Lin is really competent. When Lin Han sat down again, Wen Zhaoge complimented him with a smile. He raised his hand and spoke to the MPs and the speaker on either side, okay. It's your turn to speak next. It wasn't until the politicians began their lengthy tug of war that Lin Han realized the extent of what Lu Anhe called those guys who can bring people to their knees. The speaker on the left was Zhang Lian of the peacemaking faction. And on the right was Luo Qi of the radical faction, taking into account the presence of Wen Zhaoge at the beginning. Both legislators were playing Tai Chi with each other, and nothing of substance was progressing, just saying something dispensable about V-Proton and the Zerg attack. Lin Han sat in his seat, thinking that, even if he touched a lot of animals without gloves, they wouldn't necessarily be as noisy as these people. It was obvious that Wen Zhao wasn't here to hear the quarrel either. When the counselor next to Zhang Lian said, "The birth has been secured, I wonder if it's a lack of confidence in the general to worry about this now," Wen Zhaoge finally rubbed his brow and stood up, "You guys continue." And then headed for the door without looking back. When Wen Zhaoge left, the two factions really began to chatter and argue. These people knew that there would be cameras recording their words and actions, but they wanted to crown their own personal desires and turn them into a weapon to attack indiscriminately. Luo Qi didn't seem to be in good spirits. And when Zhang Lian directly asked him how many troops it would take to exterminate the insects, "Has Mr. Luo ever thought about the empire?" he couldn't help but slap the table and rise up. "Zhang Lian, you and I both know that the Zerg reproduce differently than humans. V-Proton has perished for good. But the Zerg is a society of female insects, and new species will be reproduced in many years." Zhang Lian said coldly, "Maybe even after you and I are dead, the Zerg can't be eradicated. So just let these creatures act arrogant to this point and do nothing. Mr. Kong, don't forget that your good friend Professor Shu was a hero who saved V-Proton. Did that make any difference to the end of V-Proton?" Luo Qi didn't give an inch. The other side got angry too. "Mr. Luo can't deny it, so you have to bring out irrelevant people. You." Lin Han abruptly stood up from his seat. People on both sides froze for a moment, after all. Except for Wen Zhaoge. Everyone had to stay up until the last minute to finish. Zhang Lian, after all, was Xu Xiang's best friend and had heard Lin Han's name, Mr. Lin. "You. What time is it?" Lin Han asked. Someone looked at his watch and said the time. A little smile appeared on Lin Han's face, but it didn't enter his eyes. "I said. What time is it? It's already this time, and as you say every word and I say every word, there are soldiers on the front lines defending the birth, getting up close and personal with the Zergs you loathe, bathing in blood." He sulked a little in a rare moment. "What is war to you? Has there been so much peace that everyone has forgotten what it means? Is it the exchange of interests? Or the shuffling of forces? Yes, there's still a neutral general to pull for you. To be the weight of your quarrel." Zhang Lian's face went white. "Mr. Lin. This is your first time in the council, our rules." "Yes. I grew up in a civilian area and I don't know any rules. Lin Han walked to the magnificent but empty gate, so I'll go first. It was Luo Qi who was calm and collected. We never forget the meaning of war. Let's meet again sometime, Mr. Lin. Walking out of the hall, Lin Han only seemed to take a breath. He just wanted to continue walking out, but when he passed a corner, he accidentally bumped into the person who had already left. Wen Zhaogei stood at the same spot and looked at him indifferently, smiling casually. Out for air too? Lin Han bowed his head and said truthfully, no. I'll leave first. The two stood under the Baroque-style huge glass window. Wen Zhaogei was an alpha, much taller than Lin Han, and the sunlight outside only half shined in. When he lowered his eyes to look at Lin Han, the shadow falling from his eyelashes inexplicably had a compelling aura. Does Mr. Lin know that just before I left, the communication at the berth was repaired? The wartime footage was also passed over. Lin Han's footsteps paused for a moment. Wen Zhaogei seemed to be very attentive and didn't have a stance, without minding. He opened his accompanying light brain and popped up a virtual light screen. Now the people of the Empire know about you. On the light screen, the young man walked calmly out of the cockpit and took off his helmet in the setting sun. At that moment all the light was focused on his body. Even though he looked frail, no one could take their eyes off him. Wen Zhaogei didn't open his mouth, his eyes were inquisitive, silently observing this young man whom he was meeting for the first time. Despite being prepared for this, and that was exactly what it was, Lin Han knew that no matter what, he would definitely be exposed to the public eye because of He Yunting, and that was why he had little qualms about opening his mouth decisively directly at the council. But after all, the person in front of him was Wen Zhaogei, so he was still a little worried. He hadn't been to the base, and naturally he didn't necessarily know his relationship with He Yunting. Would he connect the dots? Or was there another guess? But Wen Zhaogei shouldn't make things difficult for He Yunting in a short minute. Lin Han still couldn't help but think a lot. Does Mr. Lin like to play chess? Wen Zhaogei put the light screen away and asked casually. Lin Han's eyes fell on the chess piece in Wen Zhao's hand. He recognized it. It was a queen chess piece. He remembered the dress of the queen in the Galactic Exhibition Hall, saying that it was a symbol of her love. But Lin Han had the decency not to ask anything. It's all right. When he thought Wen Zhao would invite him to stay and play chess, the other side waved his hand and didn't stop him. It looks like Mr. Lin doesn't want to stay here much either. Then let's talk about it when we have time. I hope we can play a game of chess together then. Lin Han respectfully thanked him. But now that everyone knows you, Wen Zhao called his attendant over. Let me send Mr. Lin back. Otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to take a public flying machine. Only after Lin Han got on the royal flight did he know what Wen Zhaogei meant by some trouble. His light brain started flashing all kinds of messages, from Shen Shunan, from his colleagues who he had occasionally spoken a few words with in the research institute, and people he didn't even remember. All of whom were incredulous that he would appear at the mouth of the berth and on M.2742. Those sergeants were still at the front. So soon his relationship with He Yunting quickly became the subject of speculation. Shen Shunan was probably cracking up by now and couldn't believe it as message after message popped up. No way. Is it really the general? I'm sorry I didn't realize it before. If I said anything offensive before you must not tell him. Not to mention those colleagues who had speculated that Lin Han's alpha was a mysterious big brother in the core area. Who knew what kind of mood they were in now? But Lin Han didn't even want to focus on that right now. Lin Han, he blocked everyone's communication, leaving only He Yunting's alone, heard his voice ringing in the communicator. We moved to another berth. We'll be free to come and pick you up today. He Yunting paused for a moment. Do you still want to go to the front with me? Lin Han smiled for the first time since his return, of course. When Lin Han returned home, the little ball of joy, which he hadn't seen for a long time, heard the door slam and hurriedly rolled over from the living room, almost hitting the corner of the table. He picked the little one up and coaxed him patiently. When Ger's mood had recovered a bit, Lin Han thought for a moment, but took the initiative to tell it, I have to leave home tonight, and I have to go far away. Ger had lived here for a long time and quickly understood the meaning of Lin Han's words. Soon. Its little eyes crinkled up. After a while, it bit Lin Han's finger very softly and made a meaningful sound. The Kajar race's bite was very strong, but the little one didn't want to hurt Lin Han at all. It didn't know how to express its emotion, so it could only rub its teeth on Lin Han's finger in such a helpless way. Sensing its emotions, Lin Han took a piece of the little one's favorite snack from the cabinet to make him happy. I will get you a lot of things ready or leave you in the zoo's care like last time. Lin Han said, is that okay? The little one didn't make a sound. And the snacks that used to shine at the sight of its eyes lost their appeal as it sulked. After a long time, just like when he left the border area, Lin Han felt a wet and moist hand. Lin Han squatted down and looked into the little one's eyes. But you obviously will faint in the mecha. Ah. This time Gur responded. It knew that shaking its head meant denying it, and immediately shook its little head desperately to show that it wouldn't get dizzy. Lin Han understood what it meant. So you want to come with me? The little guy remembered that Big Iron Shell still hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded firmly. Lin Han's apartment entrance could only park the flying machine, but the march time was urgent. And there was no one to fly the flying machine again. So in the evening, a mecha landed on the tarmac of the Imperial Military University in a very high-profile manner. It was the mecha that everyone was familiar with, full of glory and merit. It was M.2742 that belonged only to the Imperial General. The students around the room didn't react at first, but after realizing whose mecha it was, they began to marvel with excitement. The crowd began to whisper about why this mecha was here. Excited students were already taking pictures, unable to believe that they were getting up close and personal with the mecha. Soon, they saw a young man walking step by step toward the mecha, his pace even. It was the same Omega who had appeared at the entrance to the moorings, the same Omega who had stood up and angrily rebuked both factions at the council meeting today. He seemed to have a soft little animal lying on his shoulder, but as it began to get dark, they couldn't see the little thing. Lin Han felt he should be calm. He knew that the road ahead wouldn't be smooth and that the Zerg wouldn't give up. But his heart was still pounding. And he still wanted to fight alongside the people above him. He wanted to ascend the mecha and take the seat he had craved for years. To sail to the stars with his dreams and his courage, and wherever he was, he wouldn't be alone. Let's go. Lin Han rubbed the soft fur on top of Gur's head and said with a smile, let's elope. Chapter 109. Lin Han stood up straight and carefully shielded his little one's head as he boarded the elevator before walking up to the cockpit amidst the admiring or surprised eyes of the students. Someone was whispering something. The wind was a bit strong, so Lin Han couldn't hear much. They may be curious about his identity, or may be discussing his relationship with He Yun Ting. Or, perhaps, will express their love for the little guy on his shoulder. When the heavy hatch closed, isolating all the wind and whispers outside, Lin Han wrapped Gur with a small blanket brought from home, found a comfortable corner for him to rest, and then looked at the silent man on the side. He Yun Ting wore the same formal clothes as when they first met, and didn't ask Lin Han why he brought this little guy with him, but simply turned off the outside display, so Lin Han couldn't see the curious people outside. M.2742 only stayed for a short while. After receiving the desired person, it quickly restarted the engine and left. What's the situation now? Lin Han asked naturally. He was in no hurry to go to the second cockpit, in any case. There was no need for any complicated operation now, just low-consumption driving. He Yun Ting explained the general situation to Lin Han. Now the biggest birth problem has been solved, at least it could guarantee that no new Zerg would come from that place. And the price of crossing from the border area was quite high, even the Zerg were unlikely to choose such a costly route. So the next task was also very clear, to hold all the remaining berths. As much as possible to prevent the other side from finding a breakthrough. Each of the 13 berths of the main star had been assigned a corresponding force. Almost all of the base's active mecha are deployed, and the secondary deployment had also been assigned. The 3 divisions of the base were divided into 13 formations around the core area, according to the situation to arrange different strength mecha to deal with. Each formation also had its own main general. The Imperial Crown Prince needed to take care of the situation, and Wen Zhaoge, needless to say, had his own personal guards. Wen Tianyao had city defense forces, inherited from previous princes, who would be a part of military soldiers ensuring protection. But the M galaxy had developed so far in such a long time, there weren't many princes left in Wen Zhaoge's generation, before the widely loved Prince Wen Yi died in the war, the remaining Wen Yu and Wen Heng didn't have much real power. Their pheromones and the ability to speak, both have their own territory to live in peace at, and wouldn't stir up trouble. Among them, the sub-star where Wen Yu resided was particularly remote, almost the same class as V Proton, but the location was a little closer to the main star. The mission of Lu Wai, the leader of the second base, was to protect 3 of the berths, as well as the security of the sub-star where Wen Yu was located. Only a very small number of people knew that the berth of Wen Yu's sub-star had an extremely hidden leap point. Although the size of this jump point was less than 1/10 of the energy of several other huge jump points in the galaxy, and because no one knew about it, there were no mecha or starships that came to this jump point, and the people of the Empire thought it was just a mediocre sub-star. The people who knew that there was a leap point here were either noble royalty by birth, or general officers who held military power. Because the secret here was more than the existence of a leap point. This was a leap point left over from a war many years ago, which allowed one to depart from the core, cross directly over the berth, and go to other galaxies at high speed in conditions of sufficient energy. In other words, if the location of this leap point was known by other galaxies, it would be like exposing the entire core area of the Empire to the enemy forces without any defense. Then who probably knows about this leap point? Lin Han asked. He Yun-Ting frowned a little. Very few. I was also told by His Majesty himself. This leap point is a big secret and has been hidden for a long time, except for him and Prince Wen Yu himself. I guess Wen Tianyao doesn't necessarily know. He Yun-Ting was actually very truthful. In the face of people he didn't like, he was respectful on the surface, but he would wait until he was with Lin Han, and would have the habit of calling their real names. What about Major General Lu Wai? His father was involved in the battle at that place back then, so he's one of the very few people who know about it. So in fact, when Wen Yu guarded that sub-star for so many years, he was also guarding this unknown leap point in disguise, guarding the important gateway to the core area. This time when he goes to Prince Wen Yu's sub-star, he will do his best to protect that place as well. He Yun-Ting said, but with no guarantee whether Zerg knew this fact or not, the existence of that leap point was actually more dangerous. If there was a 1 in 1,000 chance that the Zerg knew about the leap point, even if there was a city defense force in the core, as well as a portion of the base's sergeants staying behind, it would still be impossible to withstand such a disaster. On the battlefield, it was impossible for He Yun-Ting to leave any possibility for the enemy. The leap point originally existed for the evacuation of the core area back then, and after all these years. Comparing the situation now, it did more harm than good. If necessary, with how things stood, He Yun-Ting knew that the destruction of this leap was inevitable. However, if He Yun-Ting appeared directly in the sub-star where Wen Yu was located, it was simply saying to the enemy that there was a problem with this place and it needed to be heavily guarded to conceal it. What was more, the current situation didn't allow him to go directly to the sub-star. There were far more important tasks than that. Even though Lin Han didn't know much about the deployment of the main planet and the core area, a name rose from his heart. Fortress X. This was the most critical fortress connected to the main star, the highest terrain. Under this fortress was the vast civilian area, and then deeper was the core area that everyone aspired to live at. The steel beetle at the largest berth has been eliminated. If all the next berths were well guarded, or if there were really not enough troops to defeat 1 or 2 berths, it won't lead to a massive insect invasion, after all. The carrying capacity of the berths was really large. Fortress X was different. If the Zerg didn't want to attack in groups from one berth to another, attacking the fortress was another option. Of course, the Empire's military power was one of the best in the galaxy, and everyone knew that Fortress X was rock solid, so it wasn't easy to break through. But the Zerg were brutal and ruthless by nature, and would rather fight to the death. As long as they could also destroy each other, they wouldn't feel they had failed. Therefore, Fortress X must be defended. But all the troops that could be dispatched should be sent, as well as the most elite troops to defend. The only problem was that originally Lu Wai was also going to go to Fortress X, so the troops would be just enough. However, the leap point of Wen Yu's star was also important. As one of the very few people in the base who knew, Lu Wai must personally go there to ensure the safety of that place. The two sides keep in close contact at all times. If any signs of Zerg presence in Wen Yu's sub-star were found, Lu Wei would use the energy from that spot to blow up the leap point, just like he did when the warship was in the border area, so as not to give the Zerg any chance to take advantage of it. So we do have to go to Fortress X, right? Lin Han asked calmly. As if he was just asking He Yun-ting to pick him up from work, rather than being about to face a more urgent situation than before. He Yun-ting was still checking the message sent by Lu Anhe, but when he heard Lin Han ask this question, he looked up at him. He was sitting in the driver's seat while Lin Han was still standing at the hatch, his hand holding the cold glowing mechanical frame. It's about half a day's journey from Fortress X. He Yun-ting said to Lin Han, take a break. After listening to all the planning, the youth suddenly smiled lightly and said something. He Yun-ting didn't hear it. Confirmed that there were no surprises. And gave the pilot system an autopilot command similar to that of a flying machine, before standing up and walking towards Lin Han. He was tall. But he didn't look at Lin Han with the same indifference he usually had towards others. He Yun-ting asked. What's the matter? But the words in his mind still rang out when he held Lin Han's hand in the next second. Don't be afraid, I just said. Lin Han very lightly stood on tiptoe, hooked his arms around He Yun-ting's neck. His sulking look from this afternoon in the council was gone, as he smoothly leaned towards the other's chest, feeling the cold metal through the fabric brushing his skin, causing a faint itch. I said. This makes it look more like an elopement. Lin Han's lips pressed against his ear, repeating it very softly and slowly. He Yun-ting's expression took on a bit of surprise, but didn't open his mouth to ask anything. For example, what kind of person elopes to the battlefield? Furthermore, he came to pick up Lin Han today with everyone watching, where could they elope to? But he finally answered, then let them elope, there was nothing wrong with it. He understood what Lin Han meant. Lin Han was still hooked around his neck, and He Yun-ting reached out and took him into his arms. He followed Lin Han's earlier action of rubbing Ger's head and also put his fingers into the youth's soft black hair and stroked it very lightly. He felt that Lin Han's emotions were actually still a bit volatile. So he could only try to comfort him like this. Lin Han's heart suddenly became sour and soft, and some very secret feelings surfaced. He Yun-ting, Lin Han tugged at the material on his back and called his name. You know what, I'm actually not scared, But I didn't hold back at the council today and spoke out. I know, by the way. I also met His Majesty the Emperor when I left. He was the one who got someone to send me back, otherwise I guess I wouldn't have arrived home by now. Lin Han's hand tightened. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, everyone seems to know me all of a sudden. It's not like I'm nervous. Lin Han felt that he was rarely rambling and his words were incoherent, he actually wasn't apprehensive. But under He Yun-ting's gentle movements he wanted to tell him everything, I'm just a little unused to it. He had never been low-key and quiet, even though he was mentally prepared to be with He Yun-ting, he still felt a hint of unease when he was alone. Will I be a little impulsive with what I said today? Lin Han said hesitantly, I'm afraid of the effect on you. He Yun-ting's movement paused, he lowered his head slightly, pulled his fingers out, and then gave Lin Han a precious kiss on his hair. His answer was self-evident. It's also true that you didn't get angry with all that gossip before, Lin Han murmured, remembering the days when He Yun-ting had been misunderstood by the public opinion. I wasn't scared. Really? Feeling the other party's movement, Lin Han had some unknown aggravation in his heart, resenting himself for having his thoughts run around and not being as spontaneous as he expected. He Yun-ting hugged him even tighter. I know. It doesn't matter if you're actually scared. Lin Han heard his words, then completely relaxed. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Lin Han raised his face and smiled at He Yun-ting again, just like he did when he boarded the mecha. His eyes were still filled with the magnificent sunset in the evening, and the originally bright sunset became long and loving when it was reflected in his eyes, anyway. If I had to do it all over again, I would have chosen the same route. Thank you, General, for your comfort. He Yun-ting was a bit confused, I didn't. He obviously didn't say anything. Lin Han looked at the cockpit in front of him. He remembered the time in the border area, when he was so hard in heat that he begged He Yun-ting to bite him. It was also in this place that he was pressed against the cold hatch by He Yun-ting, feeling the other party's soon-to-be restrained emotions, not quite tenderly injected into the pheromone at the back of his neck. He suddenly felt that the mecha pod was different from all the places, it was like his own apartment. Hyunting's bedroom, and the flower room. Those places would be softer and safer, which wasn't the case on the mecha. Everything around it was cold and hard, the consoles, the joysticks, the complicated and lengthy computational codes and data, the intimidating and highly sophisticated weapons, in short. None of it had anything to do with gentleness, including the man in front of him. Everyone says he was as cold as ice and rejected people, and he had no human emotions. All his little secrets, only he knew. Lin Han lifted his head, moved forward and said softly, "Let's kiss then." Okay. Hyunting didn't ask why, or perhaps he could sense Lin Han's emotions, so he just obediently obeyed. He kissed very quietly. His lips sucked very lightly on the other's lower lip, as if he wanted to take away all his anxiety and worry, and then told him, "With me, you don't have to be afraid of anything." The road ahead was treacherous, the future was uncertain, and the life and death of the Empire was in their hands. But they were still here kissing. Lin Han thought he was crazy. There's still half a day to go. Isn't there? Lin Han was so weak from his kiss that he even had the illusion that he was in heat, as he asked Hyunting. When Hyunting saw that he had no strength, he just wanted to pick him up and put him on the driver's seat, but Lin Han very slowly held his upper body, squatted down himself, tilted his head up to look at him, and finally held his hands on his waist. Realizing what he wanted to do, Hyunting looked down at the youth crouching between his legs and tried to raise his hand to stop him. "Don't." But as that one word came out of his mouth, the rest were never spoken. Chapter 110. In the end, Lin Han didn't even have the strength to push him, whether it was his mouth or his knees or his thighs, they were all sore and numb, and the pushing back seemed like acquiescence. When the wetness on his lips was swept away by the other party, there was only a faint aftertaste of pheromone left in his mouth after the intense intercourse. Lin Han buried his head in Hyunting's arms, panting for a while before raising his head. His eyes and lips were moist and shiny, wrapping his arms around his strong waist, resting for a while, and starting to lower his head to fix his clothes. Hyunting's upper body hardly changed much, but Lin Han still did a very serious job, buttoning back every tiny button carefully and smoothing out all the wrinkles with his white fingers. But before Lin Han could help Hyunting get dressed, the other man reached out and touched his cheek. The calloused hand grazed his white, jade-like skin, sliding from his cheek to his jaw, then back to Lin Han's eyelid, rubbing it very lightly. Lin Han's voice wasn't loud and sounded a bit nervous, like he had something to hide and refused to say, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Hyunting just cupped his chin and stared at him for a while, before inclining his head to continue hugging him, while his lips brushed his ear. "Is Mr. Lin shy? Tilda so cute, Tilda." The inner voice and the words reached Lin Han's ears at the same time, and the red flush that had easily faded away appeared on his cheeks again. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. I can't see." Hyunting picked Lin Han up, and let him put his chin on his shoulder. Lin Han, who was out of Hyunting's line of sight, blushed even redder. After all, who could stand the general calmly not looking at them while whispering in his heart, "Mr. Lin must look very good right now. If you want to show him, then show him." Lin Han thought to himself. After all, Hyunting wouldn't reject him, and he couldn't turn a deaf ear to such an inner thought. Lin Han gently pushed Hyunting's shoulder, moved his still red face from him, looked at him again, and frankly revised his negative answer, "Yes." Just after admitting it, Lin Han's eyes started to dart downward unnaturally. "Who told you to suddenly say that?" It was obvious that he was the one who wanted to please him. Mr. General didn't realize what he had said before and asked honestly, "What did I say?" Quote. He suspected it. Lin Han was so helpless and amused that he didn't know what to say. To say that he didn't know anything. Just now he seemed so obedient, as if he didn't just say it in his mind countless times, but to say that he could do it by hand, forget it. He himself didn't believe that Hyunting could be associated with these words. Lin Han smiled in his heart and looked up at Hyunting. "Nothing." After saying that, he buried his head. Without saying a word, he continued to help Hyunting tidy up. However, Hyunting still interpreted this look as a meaning of anger. His Mr. Lin seemed to have a bit of a temper, and he had to be coaxed. Like before when he gave him Lu Anhei's snacks. "I'm sorry." That was when he knew he had to sincerely apologize. Lin Han hadn't really been angry, and when he heard this, he lost all thoughts. He was just about to say something. But He Yun-ting picked him up again and pressed him back into the driver's seat. Lin Han didn't struggle, but heard his alpha add the remaining words in a low voice, "Baby." Quote, quote. Mr. Lin turned his head to look at the metallic cockpit wall, and the corners of his mouth were not only rising, but also the tips of his eyes were soaked with this word, and a little bit of tenderness spilled out. So he finally did look at He Yun-ting. Lin Han turned his face sideways, his eyes shining with a brighter light than the nebula in the border area, and faintly moved up to kiss the tip of He Yun-ting's nose again. "You're quite capable," he commented very pertinently. The smell in the cockpit hadn't completely dissipated, leaving an insatiable indolence. Lin Han leaned on the cockpit and watched He Yun-ting open the comm and talk to Lu Anhei about what was going to happen next. He Yun-ting prescribed him a nutritional supplement, which he held in his hand, sleepy and not wanting to drink. He Yun-ting was still in high spirits as he communicated with his subordinates about the situation at the moment, even though Lin Han was clearly about to fall asleep in this atmosphere. In essence, an alpha was really different from an omega. Lin Han's eyelids were opening, his jaw was slacking, and his heart began to rejoice that He Yun-ting hadn't gone all the way. Otherwise, at Fortress X, they may not even have the strength to hold the joystick. That would be a drag. Lin Han thought so in the last second before being attacked by sleep. Apart from He Yun-ting and Lu Wei himself, Lu Anhei was the only person in the base who knew about Wenyu's sub-star. Now he had already led his branch of the formation to Wenyu's sub-star, and according to the time projection, he should be able to arrive at the same time when they arrived at Fortress X. He Yun-ting wasn't afraid to assume the worst possible scenario for what would happen later, although he knew that many people who didn't know the truth would have to accuse the general himself, and also knew that it would have a great impact on both Wenyu and the sub-star, but still had Lu Wei prepare enough explosives that could destroy the leap point, and instructed to report information to him at any time. As long as there was a hint of something wrong, the place that was once left behind had to be completely resolved. Although Lu Wei felt that He Yun-ting was being too cautious, he proceeded with the preparations without objection. Getting closer and closer to the fortress, He Yun-ting opened the mecha's porthole and casually glanced outside. There were no flight paths built in midair, no dense buildings or aircraft waiting to take off, not to mention tall buildings. And even those old houses stacked on top of each other in the civilian areas were invisible. The fortress was built in an extremely high and empty high position. Its main body was surrounded by two huge semicircles. The middle was the energy storage station, loaded with hundreds of times more energy than the border area leap point. If M.2742 was the hardest steel armor the Empire could develop, then the fortress was tens of times tougher than that. The mecha began to rise. And as they got higher and higher, the air theoretically got thinner and thinner. Compared to Earth times, humans had evolved to be better able to adapt to a slightly harsher climate, but at extremely high levels like the fortress, humans were no better than Zerg, and were never allowed to leave the mecha, or starship. For that matter, even by half a step. Now it was possible to see a change in the state of the surrounding airflow, but it would take a little time to get closer to the main body. He Yun-ting stared down at the sleeping youth for a moment. Lin Han was asleep against the driver's seat, although the seat wasn't very soft and his posture didn't seem very comfortable. The flush on his face had faded, leaving only soft, light breathing that wouldn't disturb anyone in the cabin. Next to him was another little one wrapped in a small blanket. The whole dumpling was shrunken up into a small black ball, also quietly sleeping. He Yun-ting remembered how he had seen him from a distance when he was on V-Proton and saw him through the video feed. At that time, he only wanted to reach across the light years and touch the sleeping man's soft hair, longing for this to comfort his heated thoughts, but now when he was lying peacefully in front of him, he had to breathe a little lighter, lest he disturb his sweetest sleep before the war. He Yun-ting was a little further away before he lowered his voice and clicked on the connection. He Yun-ting couldn't wait to pick up Lin Han. So he was a little early. And the rest of them arrived together in a starship, the largest starship that had returned not long ago from a mission at V-Proton without success, but now it was carrying the greatest pressure to the highest place. Lin Han was awakened by the change in airflow around him and the roar of the mecha gradually climbing. He slept well. Not even dreaming. And his whole body sank comfortably into the most peaceful sea of blue. He saw He Yun-ting with his back to him, talking calmly to Lu Anhe. Lu Anhe said that everything was ready, but this time there was so much movement that not only the Empire and Zerg, but also many unrelated galaxies in the interstellar world were also stupid enough to move. The leader of the Paparal system openly said that the Empire was to blame, that it was only a matter of time before the Zerg were spared and now there would be a massive counterattack. Lin Han heard He Yunting's voice. Starting from Fortress X. No non-Empire living creature will be allowed to pass through. The weapons and armaments here will fear no one. Lu Anhe immediately responded. There won't be any problem with the arms of the starship this time. It's just that the Federation, which is far away, has to make a point of making a mockery of it, saying that this is the price of dictatorship. Forget the Federation. Wait until they dare to knock on the door of the core. Lin Han quietly watched He Yunting's back from the coldly glowing cockpit. He was still doing the pre-war deployment, every detail had to be put in place. He Yun-ting told one last thing to Lu Anhe, what about the Empire? What does it have to do with other star systems? He inexplicably recalled books he had read long ago, saying that many eras had existed in history, giving birth to cruel kings and monarchs, as well as multi-element polities with enlightened folk. Starting from the fortress, everywhere you go is the territory of the Empire. Dictatorship. Dictatorship is conquest. It sounded like what the history books said, the kind of cold tyrant who didn't understand human feelings. The next second, he saw He Yun-ting turn his face. Noticing he was awake and lifted the corners of his mouth very faintly, with a faintly invisible smile on his face that would never have appeared on the general before. His tyrant came over to kiss his face and spoke against his ear, his slightly cool hair brushing his cheek, baby. We're off to war. Chapter 111. For a moment, Lin Han felt that not even the roar of the mecha's engine could drown out his heartbeat. He blinked his eyes twice very slowly. When He Yunting's lips left his face, Lin Han stroked one hand to the corner of his lips that had just been slightly curled up, wanting to use his fingertips to perceive this silent, gentle smile again. Lin Han heard a very clean and simple voice. Tilda, I love him. I want to bring him back properly. Tilda, so we can't fail. Tilda. Lin Han traced He Yunting's cold lips with his fingers, and bent the tips of his eyes. People who compiled history weren't all completely neutral. The books often said that behind those cold tyrants there was a person who loved the country but killed the people. But the fall of a dynasty, the change of an era, was clearly the result of many people, many scenarios together, but it was easy to put this on someone, as 1,000 sinners could never be reversed. Fortunately, He Yun-ting wasn't a tyrant. And he wasn't the type of person who would wreak havoc on the country and the people. Lin Han sat up straight, took off He Yunting's hat, and reached out to touch his silver hair without fear. He Yun-ting wasn't sure what he was doing, but stood quiet and motionless. What's the matter, Mr. Lin? The real beauty put the fake tyrant's military cap back on and said with a smile, nothing. Lin Han licked his lips, feeling a little unfulfilled by his own brainstorming. The small blanket on the side moved, and Gur finally woke up. Probably because it had been in the mecha many times, it finally seemed to be able to overcome the mecha dizziness, and was staring at the two people in front of it with a pair of eyes. Lin Han spread his hands and let the little one rub himself against him. The warm, fluffy little blob grabbed Lin Han's clothes and crawled upward, but finally, under He Yunting's cold gaze, it didn't have the heart to continue burrowing into Lin Han's collar, and only stayed on his shoulder. Lin Han laughed out loud. The man was being unreasonable even at this time. He's really changing. Lin Han thought, he's changing because of me. So Lin Han finally stopped clinging to the lost time, and maybe the Star River was rotten. Maybe they would cross the stardust and meet in another unknown time and space. He Yun-ting continued to contact Lu Anhe. Lin Han rubbed Gur's head and waited for the mecha to arrive at the fortress. He Yun-ting naturally didn't have anything to do with tyrants, but when it came to the monarch just now, Lin Han remembered Wen Zhaoge, whom he had met for the first time not long ago. People in other star areas say that the emperor of the M system had a kind of unspeakable ruthlessness. He seemingly let the council quarrel all day long. while he himself occasionally passed by to casually listen. The military power was given to He Yun-ting, who seemed to have no wariness at all. His trust was given simply. But in addition to having the Empire's top blood and pheromone, no one would forget that when he was young, he led the fleet on an expedition to destroy nearly half of the Zerg forces, and also fortified and upgraded Fortress X until it expanded to its current size. In short, even if he looked lazy and easygoing all day, in fact, he was a character one couldn't mess with. The air around the fortress was cold and thin, and even though people wouldn't be directly exposed to the outdoors, He Yun-ting turned up the temperature inside the mecha a bit. Lin Han thought back to the scene when he had just come out of the council and accidentally met Wen Zhao. At that time, His Majesty the Emperor was holding a chess piece in his hand, playing with it intently and meticulously. He still remembered that the chess piece was the queen. He thought of the plain dress in the Galaxy Gallery, which was said to have been deposited by the Empress, saying that it was a symbol of love. So there could be such a person behind Wen Zhao. Lin Han didn't pay much attention to the movements of the royal family, and only vaguely remembered that it seemed like the Empress didn't show her face very often. A shake brought Lin Han's flight of thought back. There are some bumps when the air currents hit the ground. He Yun-ting turned back to him and explained. Lin Han nodded, worried that Ger would have a hard time, and very carefully put it in his pocket and patted it again as a soothing touch. And he himself obediently let the other man take his hand and stand up, gazing out into the universe. This was the first time he saw Fortress X with his own eyes. M.2742 was already considered one of the larger heavy mecha, but here it felt like the opposite. They probably landed at the bottom, so Lin Han was able to look up through the portholes. After all, Fortress X functioned similarly to Earth's bunkers of millions of years ago, but in a much more impressive way. To its left was a giant space station surrounded by faint points of light, with weapons placed from the bottom to the top according to energy consumption needs. Each row and column was shocking. The right side was a place to park starships, because to ensure the safety of the fortress, this design allowed the prevention of unexpected situations, and could directly accept the largest starships, and wouldn't have any poor connection. The center of the fortress was surrounded by a dazzling white pillar of light, which stored a whole magnitude of energy, with a giant capacitor to charge the upper laser cannon, and a gigabit multi-linked FTL particle gas pedal to support the largest main gun at the top. In short, the fortress was a flag that wouldn't fall, and was also a magnificent stargate. If the fortress wasn't breached, while the leap point of the sub-star could be held, all the current crisis could be diffused. After a bumpy ride, M.2742 finally flew into the base of the fortress, as the starship arrived at the same time, nestling perfectly into the right end of the fortress. Lin Han obediently let the other man take his hand and stand up. Although the fortress was large, the range of movement was limited to the mecha and the starship, and everyone would gather on the ship first. Then choose whether to stay inside the fortress or go up to the mecha to confront the enemy, depending on their needs. There were too many people, so Lin Han didn't let the little one go down with him, and let it rest on the mecha while he put on his protective armor and walked out with He Yun-ting. Lin Han originally wanted to follow the group back to the team, but unexpectedly He Yun-ting simply didn't conceal anything since their relationship became public, tugging Lin Han's hand to prevent him from going over. "You can just stay next to me." Facing his kind eyes, Lin Han blushed for a while. Okay. Lin Han had never seen so many mecha. In addition to the tail transports and the mecha assigned to each berth in formation, there were mecha that couldn't be seen at a glance, neatly arranged in order by different functions, from mecha of slightly lower rank but responsible for defense, to high-rank mecha responsible for close-range fire attacks, to long-range strike formations that needed to use fortress energy and gas pedal energy storage, and the list went on and on. He had been in this field for so many years. The institute was mostly responsible for research and development and maintenance, and if a new batch was developed, bulk manufacturing would have little to do with them. So even though Lin Han was familiar with every part of the mecha and knew the strengths and weaknesses of their drivers, he couldn't help but feel a stirring emotion when he saw so many highly motivated soldiers standing in front of their mecha. As when they were about to go to the border area for practical training, the soldiers' faces were heavy. But they still saluted with determination and swore, "We swear by our lives, faith and loyalty to the Empire. With light as a sword, with stars as spears, with blood as a blade, through the galaxy of chaos, through the abyss of red flames, folly and sin will be turned into ashes, only glory and victory will be mine. Unlike the border area, Fortress X was barely recognizable as day and night, despite the thin air and harsh climate. Before the first dusk of the fortress, the newly arrived soldiers were still making all the pre-battle preparations in an orderly manner according to the Lord General's orders. For 5 days in a row since they entered the fortress, news was also coming in from the various berths that some Zerg had indeed tried to take advantage of the opportunity to invade, but neither the type nor the scale was large. And the berth formations reported that so far no Zerg had been able to break through the berths and break into the Empire. The media of the main planet sent daily reports to the political parties and the people, praising the strong defense of the Imperial berth, and the Zerg couldn't find any chance to invade. So it seemed that the breakthrough of the city's defensive network wasn't that frightening. The people thought so, after all. The Zerg couldn't even enter the gate. And to let them break through a network defense from a distance of light years was just a bluffing threat of the weak. So everyone's eyes were focused on the fortress. After all, the general himself was guarding the fortress, with a huge number of mecha formations, and this was the most important battle. As long as the Zerg had a little sense, they were unlikely to come back hard, unless they bet all their strength and had to fight with the Empire to lose both. But almost no one wouldn't watch this battle. Even if some people have vague concerns, in the end they would choose to trust because of the name, He Yunting. Not to mention the fact that M.2742 now had another new pilot. The human nature of gossip was engraved in the bones, not to mention that the situation was still quite stable. Many people have begun to dig deeper. Their cold general actually had an Omega. Some people even began to write the causes and consequences for this relationship, saying that Lin Han was originally a civilian area of the most common Omega, but fell in love with the general after seeing him in battle, and with all his efforts he tried to enter the core area, just to see him. Unfortunately, the general was born indifferent and unapproachable, and every Omega in the university pursued his favor, so he became an Omega that got into the institute. Every year he would participate in practical training, and finally ushered in a turnaround. In this regard, Lin Han's colleagues guessed who the big brother behind him was and had some comments about it. What a long time pursuit but not favored. What desperate to participate in practical training. In previous years, it was Lin Han's unwillingness to run to the base. They began to recall the previous traces, saying that it was obviously the general who was chasing Lin Han, and that he had to be transported by his flying machine every day, and that he came to the institute to pick up his mecha in order to meet Lin Han in person. Of course, most people were dismissive of this conclusion. After all, the 4 words, "General was chasing him," sounded like a fantasy. Not only that, but there were also those who questioned a skinny Omega's ability to handle such a huge mecha. This time, Lin Han's colleagues continued to choke back nonchalantly, asking if they knew exactly what the concept of SSS-level mental power was. The entire institute had only one such Omega. He was the best mecha master at such a young age, so what was wrong with piloting a mecha with his alpha? No one could convince anyone for a while. Although the situation wasn't settled yet, the people were still lively and active. Of course, the sergeants in the fortress had no time for such gossip. He Yunting wrinkled his brow in the starship when he received the news for the 6th time that a Zerg had unsuccessfully tried to break through the berth. He contacted Lu Wei, who arrived at the same time to Wen Yu's sub-star, and the other party responded that everything was normal. There weren't many people on the sub-star, and the leap point was somewhere very remote, but Lu Wei still cautiously watched over it, afraid of any accidents. The fortress still looked serene. Except for the joint shields that began to surround the outer perimeter, except for the stars that lit up one by one with energy storage markings. "Boss," Lu Anhe handed up the 6th short report, "the berth in the K area is also well defended, only a small number of Zerg troops invaded and have been eliminated." "MN," He Yunting answered in a deep voice. Gur still refused to go to the mecha. Lin Han was afraid that it would be alone, so he didn't leave the mecha either, checking the mecha parameters reported up a day ago in the cockpit. The scene of him stepping off the M.2742 and taking off his helmet was still in everyone's eyes, and the sergeants wanted to see more of the handsome Mrs. General, but the other side hardly left the mecha these days, and only He Yunting would occasionally go in and talk to him. This seemed to be a kind of golden house to hide an Omega in. Lin Han heard a rattle by the hatch, and when he looked up, He Yun-ting was walking towards him. Lin Han dimmed the light screen a bit, saw He Yun-ting silent and sat down, as he raised his hand and rubbed his brow. For 5 consecutive days the fortress was excessively quiet, and the mecha in charge of reconnaissance ahead couldn't find any movement. But even so, the Lord General was the person who was standing the longest, checking all the valve ports, energy storage, acceleration and all kinds of war preparations to ensure that nothing was wrong, and all kinds of information gathered together to immediately make a reply and decision. Ordinary sergeants could take reasonable shifts to ensure physical fitness and sleep, but he seemed as if he wouldn't be tired at all, and would only return to the mecha for a few moments of rest after processing everything every day. Lin Han saw He Yun-ting's fingers covering his brow, as if he wanted to wipe away the weary color that flowed unnoticed. He didn't say anything. Nor did he ask He Yun-ting how tired he was again today, just grabbed He Yun-ting's hand and held it very seriously in his own. He wanted to achieve 2 things with his action. He wanted to let him know that, you don't need to hide tiredness from me, and he could very quietly hear about the current situation. It was too unusual. From the beginning of the breach of the defenses of the city, everyone thought it would be an extremely difficult and vicious battle, but except for the first battle at the birth, the scale of the latter showed a clear decreasing trend. Everyone began to think that the Zerg were really just playing around, or because of the battle at the mouth of the birth they understood the difficulties and retreated, leaving only a few scattered Zerg to resist. But other than that,